not comply with the institution's sick illusion. No, it won't be televised. Welcome to the revolution. We will not comply with the institution's sick illusion. No, it won't be televised. Welcome to the revolution.
The revolution won't be televised. Government been telling lies. If you're not with us, you better step aside. Witnessing a genocide, everything is centralized. The food that we consuming, they spraying it all with pesticides. Easily identify the sheep and the snake, the real and the fake, giving us a reason to pray. I'ma make my own choices, a voice for the voiceless. They trying to destroy us, avoiding the poison. It's all pointless if you don't have a purpose. If you read the verses, you'll know who we versing. Government can tell you what your worth is, look deeper than the surface. They don't even want you researching or asking questions. We all being tested. Shut your mouth and comply, that's the message. Want you depressed on prescriptions that mess with your head, got you stressing, suppressing expression.
We will not comply with the institution's sick illusion. No, it won't be televised. Welcome to the revolution. We will not comply with the institution's sick illusion. No, it won't be televised. Welcome to the revolution.
Keep the money, I would rather have my soul. They want power and control, that's their number one goal. All my friends turn to foes, look how easily they fold. Even Nazis say they were doing what they told. Walking down this road all alone in the cold, but my soul never sold. I'm exposing the clones, God has chosen this role. All of those who oppose want me hopeless and broke, like I'm Noah on boats. I'm just trying to tell them all about the flood. I can feel it in my bones, I can feel it in my blood. Man, I came up out of mud, only God is my judge. I don't listen to these politicians, they the real thugs. Won't comply with the lies, they disguise it as science. They want you compliant, the media's bias. These corporate giants are capitalizing on us by dividing, but I'll keep on fighting.
We will not comply with the institution's sick illusion. No, it won't be televised. Welcome to the revolution. They're trying to dumb us down. Don't want us to make a sound. We gotta get out of now, 'cause it's a revolution. We will not comply with the institution's sick illusion. No, it won't be televised. Welcome to the revolution.
All right, guys, welcome to Truth and Freedom. Today, it's going to be a really interesting day. I do apologize for people. I'm just now sending out links. Normally, I like to plan when I do a show, but sometimes things come up, and then if I don't do it, I feel like I'm disappointing people. So I'm kind of, I will plan some, and then some are just, last minute. So just wanted to clear that up. But thanks everybody for coming on in. And today I am going to discuss 5G. Is it safe or is it a weapon system? I am going to be replaying an interview that I did with Steele. But before I get to that interview, I'm going to play a few clips to build up the presentation today regarding 5G, because I know I hear a lot of conversations about, what is 5G? What is it about? A lot of people seem to think it's just about a faster internet, but 5G is so much more, and that's what I want to present that information with you today, as it relates to frequency, as it relates to not only the Internet of Things and the Internet of Bodies, but as it relates to bioweapons and nanotechnology. So these are some of the things that I'm going to hit on today, through the clips and through the interview that I did with Mark Steele. I believe we did this interview in 2022 because it was on my birthday. As a matter of fact, it was my birthday weekend, and I was staying on the beach that weekend, and that is the same weekend that hurricane hit Florida, where it destroyed everything. So that hotel that I actually stayed in that weekend was destroyed. It's not even there anymore, and they still haven't, been in the process of rebuilding it. So that's a little bit backstory about that interview. Yeah, that interview I did with Mark Steele, I was literally celebrating my birthday. That was the same weekend that hurricane hit Florida and destroyed the whole beach line. I'm sure everybody saw all the pictures and things of that nature. But this is why we're here today. I'm bringing back that conversation, and most likely, sometimes every Saturday, I will probably restream a lot of my interviews because most people know me from Clubhouse. I did a lot of content on Clubhouse. I interviewed a lot of doctors. I talked about a lot of different subjects. I think next week I'm going to share some stuff on the Internet of Bodies. I've been hearing people talking about that. I did a really deep dive into the Internet of Bodies and the Internet of Things. Well, that was the soft peel that I like to tell people. They started off with the Internet of Things, but we're way beyond, the Internet of Bodies. But so yeah, on Saturdays, I will probably try to restream some of those back interviews. And I'm also going to put a remix on it, like bring new content, add to the conversations that were had, just to bring us up to date, because everything I talked about back, a few years back is very relevant to today, because a lot of people are just, catching up to a lot of this information. So I think it's important to revisit, to really geek people, to try to elevate people so that we're all on the same page when it comes to information, as it relates to this war we're in, this spiritual war, this attack against all of humanity. So today, is 5G safe, or is it a weapon system? You are going to hear from Mark Steele. But before we get into that again, I'm going to play a few clips so that you guys not only understand, a little bit of background of who Mark Steele is, for those that don't know who he is, as well as, just to hear how they described 5G when it first came out. So I'm going to start off with, all the wonderful things that they made us feel that 5G was all about, and the 5G revolution. And then we're going to build up, to how 5G, relates to COVID and it being a bioweapon, and how it's self-assembling technology. And then, I'm also going to play another interview where he was on on Stu Peters' show, to build up a little momentum before you actually hear the interview I did and my team did with Mark Steele. So it's going to be a really good presentation. I just try to, put the information out there. I do try to chime in and create discussions. And if you do want to participate, feel free to click the link. I posted a link to this actual stream on my profile on Twitter Spaces that will actually bring you into the live stream. So if you want to participate, if not, and you want to, ask some questions, or you just want to put your thoughts out there, feel free to type in the chat. I will share those chat messages across the screen periodically during this presentation. So yeah, guys, we're definitely going to be getting started. I'm going to jump in, but of course, before I do, and let me see, because I don't see anything in the chat. But before I do, I got to play my my theme music. Got to get that going, get my intro music going. I always start off with "We Will Not Comply." I just absolutely love, uh, you know, um, well, I don't even know his name, but Jimmy. He always, has some really good music. So we will not comply. I always usually start off with that. But yeah, let me go ahead and roll into the intro, and then we're going to jump straight in. So share this room. Share it to the chats that you're in, share it to your page. Anybody that's asked about 5G, anybody that's questioned 5G, anybody that understands the technology or may not understand this technology that you feel need to hear this information, share this room. Because it's going to be very, very informative. So let me just go ahead and start with the intro to Truth and Freedom, and welcome everybody. Happy Saturday.
And be no rerun, brothers and sisters. The revolution will be live.
The difference between conspiracy and conspiracy theory. Conspiracy is when two or more groups, organizations, or individuals come together to do something that is evil and or wicked. It is planned to do something evil or wicked. That's a conspiracy. The United States government assassinating foreign leaders. Those are conspiracies. The CIA tracking our leaders. The FBI assassinating and murdering our leaders. Those are conspiracies. Those are government entities, individuals, and groups coming together to plan and do things that are evil and wicked. Those are conspiracies. Conspiracies are real. Conspiracies exist. Once you add theory, which modifies the definition of the word conspiracy, theory, which means it's a possibility of what if I'm not certain of. Once you toss in a theory, it's something you are not too certain about. You don't have necessarily the facts to back it up. You don't necessarily have the proof or the documentation to show and prove that this is what you're saying it is. This was a conspiracy, not a theory, an absolute conspiracy. Documented, well publicized, well activated, acted upon, well executed conspiracy between the FDA, NIH, HHS, CDC, the White House, Department of Defense, Department of Education, Department of Agriculture, you name it. It was a well-planned, thought-out conspiracy, and all of those who were involved at the top knew what they were doing. It was a conspiracy. That's a fact, not a theory. Just wanted to make sure we clear that up so people can stop saying conspiracy theory, theory, theory. Conspiracies are real, and that's what this was. You want answers? 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 I want the truth! I want the truth! I want the truth! You want answers? You want answers? You want answers? You can't handle the truth! You want answers? I want the truth! You want answers? I think I'm entitled. You want answers? I want the truth! I want the truth! You want answers? I think I'm entitled. You want answers? I want the truth! You can't handle the truth. The truth. You want answers? I think I'm entitled. You want answers? I want the truth. You can't handle the truth.
All right, guys, we are bringing you Truth and Freedom today. And, before I get started, I do want to do a quick announcements. Shout out to Fringe. If you are not following Fringe, make sure you show her some love in Twitter Spaces. She had an awesome show last night. I believe she's going to be doing these shows every Friday, talking about the technology that's in these bioweapons, the self-assembling, the graphene oxide, a lot of high-level conversations. I encourage you guys to make sure you chime in. If you can, jump into her shows or go back and listen to the replays and catch up. So So just want to give her a quick shout out. She's a true warrior. I love everything that she's doing. She goes above and beyond to really take an extra step to take people into a little bit more information as it relates to this bioweapon and the technology involved, because this is biotechnology and nanotechnology. So shout out to her. Much love to everything that she's doing. Shout out to Fireburst. I actually absolutely love Fireburst. She has a very great spirit, lots of positive energy, and everything that she's doing as well. Just want to give her a quick shout out. I believe her shows are every Wednesday morning. I can't always make them because I have so many meetings in the morning time, but whenever I can, I always try to join her space. So shout out to Fireburst too. She's always doing her thing and spreading love and spreading unity amongst everyone. So just want to give her a shout out as well. And everybody else that's listening that chimed in here today, that's been supporting me from my days on Clubhouse. I am kind of doing a lot of things by myself now, which makes it a little bit more work, but it's okay. So that's why I don't do as many shows, because when you have a team, it's a little bit easier to do a lot of different things when it comes to all these multitasking, streaming to multiple platforms, and just getting more people involved. So thanks to everybody who's supporting me in my independence. And also, when I do get to the Mark Steele clip, well, actually, the Mark Steele interview, if you want to watch the full one, I chopped it to when he comes in. You're going to hear me introduce him and all that. So I have all of that part, but the pre-show that we did before the interview, where usually our team come in and we talk about different things that relates before the actual interviewer comes on, I'm not going to play that part, but if you want to hear that piece, and that's probably about 40 minutes that you're going to miss, you can go to my podcast, you can go to my YouTube. The full video will be there. But because I'm playing some clips before the interview this time, I'm doing things a little bit differently. So when I get to his interview, I'm going straight to when he comes in through the Zoom, because I'm trying to cut down these presentations. As whoever was with me on the last presentation I did last week on Haiti, I believe that went like 5 hours. So, sometimes it's just so hard to get things down to just, 1 or 2 hours. I seem to always go way over and beyond. And I noticed when you start uploading things to some of these podcast platforms, if you have anything over 2 hours, it doesn't load the same way on different avenues. I know that might not make sense, and you guys probably don't care about that, but that's just something that I'm noticing. So I am going to have to start editing and just chopping down some of these 5 and 6 hour interviews that I've done. But yeah, just want to give you that background. And also, we talked a lot about the vaccinated blood in that pre-show. So that could be a reason why you want to go back and hear that first section in the pre-show. But I'm going to mention that right now. As it relates to this biotechnology and the 5G, this blood is very important, because as we know, after people first start taking the jab, the Red Cross was not, and they even put out an announcement that they were not separating people's blood. So just think about all the people that receive blood transfusions, with this contaminated blood that's self-assembling, that's blood clotting. There's a lot of lawsuits that need to be had, and I encourage you and anyone that knows anyone that's been affected by these adverse reactions from taking these jabs or had any form of illness, please submit your VAERS report, put that data in the system, create a record of what happened to you or your family member, so that you can be a part of these lawsuits, because these people will be held accountable. They lied, they told people it was safe and effective, and we all know that it is not safe and effective. And speaking of news announcements, before I roll this next clip, even what was reported the other day, Princess Kate from the Windsor family. You know, now she has cancer. Now, I don't know if she's going to be, you know, the new poster woman for these mRNA cancer vaccines that they just rolled out. Some more big money for big pharmaceutical. They injured you and poisoned you, and now they want to come back with the solution. So we'll see if she's going to be the poster woman for the mRNA cancer vaccines, which I encourage no one to get. But I can also state that she did promote the jabs. There is a video circulating, and I believe I posted it on my Twitter space, and it's definitely in my Telegram, where her and her husband, they were actively promoting getting the jab. So maybe she did take it. Who knows? But, you know, she did promote it. So I wonder if she still thinks it's safe and effective now. Just putting that out there. So things to consider. Critical thinking going on there, and especially since, you know, what the king, he also supposedly has cancer, but yet he decided to do the holistic approach. So he's doing holistic, she's doing chemotherapy. What's really going on here? Because we know that natural way is the way you want to go. We know that Dr. Lee Merritt, Dr. Robert Young, all these doctors have reported that cancer is nothing but parasites. So, you know, detoxing the body. There are other things that you can do holistically before you go right back, run into the medical institution, the same one who jabbed you, the same one who lied, the same one who didn't give you informed consent, and the same one who doesn't give two F's about what's going on with you, your family, and how you're being impacted. So I just want to put that out there for people still falling for the bullshit. You know, but I'm gonna stop right there. And let's go ahead and roll out this first clip. Again, guys, welcome to Truth and Freedom. This show is all about, is 5G safe or is it a weapon system? You are going to hear my interview that I did with Mark Steele about a year and a half ago. Maybe it might have even been 2 years ago. I'm gonna have to check my notes, but it's very relevant to this day. But before I get to the interview with him, I do want to play a few clips so you guys can get a little bit of background of 5G. And the reason why I like to do these presentations, so you can see the information as well as hear it. Now, when I do the interview with when I play the interview with Mark Steele, there won't really be any visuals because that interview was done through Clubhouse, and that's an audio only platform. But I do have a few clips before we get to his interview, and that's what we're going to go ahead and jump to now. So thank everybody for being here. Much love. And yeah, let's go ahead and keep the conversation going. I'm checking the chat. If you want to join, hit the link, send me a back channel on Twitter Spaces, and we're going to go ahead and get started. All right.
"5G revolution," although some say this will be more like an experiment that will affect billions of people. 5G stands for Fifth Generation Mobile Services. The internet will be faster than ever. Downloading a high-definition movie will take mere seconds. By 2025, the European Commission is planning for all urban areas across the continent to have seamless 5G coverage. This will enable a new age in the Internet of Things. Smart driverless cars and smart hospitals, smart fridges, coffee makers, and even baby diapers. But what citizens are not told is that for this to happen, countless new antennas will be added. In our neighborhoods, our workplaces, even in our homes. Are mobile communications dangerous? The scientific community is divided. Some experts maintain they are safe, others have serious concerns. In 2011, the WHO classified electromagnetic fields associated with cell phones as possibly carcinogenic to humans. And studies published in 2018 showed that when rats were exposed to such fields, it increased their risk of certain types of cancer. Even among those who believe the technology is safe, many admit that more studies are needed. And for 5G, there are almost no studies. Telecom companies themselves have noted that electromagnetic signals may pose health risks. So why are the EU Commission and our governments turning a blind eye? they cite guidelines established by transnational scientific bodies. But Investigate Europe has found that these bodies are closed clubs. People with dissenting opinions are not invited in, and a significant number of the scientists involved have received funding from companies with vested interests in the 5G rollout. There is no risk-free society. Other things we consume are also bad for our health, from alcohol to junk food. But if you don't want a hamburger, you can simply avoid hamburgers. With 5G, there is no opt-out.
All right, guys. So that was just a quick a quick clip just to kind of break down, a little bit of the puffy piece to 5G. As you can see, a lot, like they mentioned in there, oh, the internet is faster and, I can download movies quicker. All of these things that, make us believe it's such a great thing. But when you look into it, is it really a great thing? Which is why it was important to me when I reached out to Mark Steele to get his perspective and get what he knew about it, because I always kept hearing people talk about how it was, a weapon system and all these different things. And it just really, really just blew my mind once you hear some of these things as it relates to what 5G is really about. So that was just a quick, brief intro. Now I'm going to jump to this other piece of information that talks a little bit more about 5G. So now we're ramping it up a little bit. We started with a little puffy piece about 5G, all the little Internet of Things that we're used to, connecting our Bluetooths and collecting our speakers and all this little other stuff. But now we're going to move a little bit more to Internet of Bodies, talk about the EMFs and some of things of that nature. So now I want to play this other clip before we get to the Stu Peters, and we're just going to continue the conversation. Again, thanks everybody for coming into the room. Truth and Freedom, happy Saturday. And let's just go ahead and jump straight to this next one. Let me get this queued up here. All right, back over here. And all of these clips, by the way, guys, is in my Telegram.
To a number of the new technologies that were coming down the pipe that was going to be implemented, namely the Internet of Things, and secondly, the 5G technology. I knew a long time ago that 5G was dangerous, but I didn't understand the correlation with the coronavirus, which I now do, and I want to be able to explain that to you. So what is happening? There is a deliberate strategy to roll out 5G, which is the 5th generation internet radio spectrum frequencies that enable mobile phones, smartphones, and all devices to function on a much faster processing ability. And with the introduction of AI and artificial intelligence and the Internet of Things, where all devices will be connected, so whether it's your car, whether it's your phone, whether it's your refrigerator, whether it's your electricity in your house, it's all going to be on a smart grid. Effectively a type of matrix, unfortunately. Sorry to use that term. So what is happening is that this technology has to be rolled out globally. My company that I used to work for, as they're running their largest worldwide business unit, is Vodafone. Vodafone are in partnership with Huawei or Huawei, whatever you call them, a Chinese telecoms company. And they have been rolling out systematic 5G implementation in multiple locations. What's the relevance? The frequency that they're using, and I also ran a telecoms company back in 2010 through to 2013-14, some of you will be aware, that specialized in radio spectrum, this is the ability to take external signals from satellites into buildings. And so that the frequency that you experience in power on your phone is the same in the building as it is outside of the building. When mobile networks were created initially, they thought people would be on the road all the time, hence why they were called mobile phones. But actually what happened is people used their mobile phones in buildings and the signal wasn't strong enough to penetrate buildings. That's called radio spectrum. And they're different megahertz frequencies, etc. So the 5G frequency is a very high frequency, very, very, very high frequency. It is just below the classification of a weapon, and I'll tell you why. The frequency that they're using, which is 10 times faster than 4G, unfortunately, when it comes into connection with human bodies, causes cell poisoning. Cell poisoning. So our bodies try to fight the radiation that is in the form of cell poisoning because of this frequency. It is effectively radiation. And what happens is our bodies kick out the toxicity or toxins with some proteins and some DNA, RNA from our cells in the form of a chemical which is called a virus. So most diseases are excretions from cells that we are trying to pull out of our body or push out of our body. And it will head towards orifices to be excreted or expunged out of our body. So our noses or our mouths. So you can understand the picture I'm painting. So what's happening, sorry for the detail, but this is going to take a bit of time. What is happening is that 5G, the frequency and the power, which is 10 times more powerful than 4G, is reacting adversely with human cells, causing cells in our bodies to be poisoned, toxic, and our natural defense mechanism is pushing out that toxicity in the form of a virus. So what you're seeing is not coronavirus per se, you're seeing cell poisoning manifesting with fluids, chemicals, viruses that the body is trying to dispose of because it's harmful to its physical body. So all that's occurring around the world, and I hear your minds thinking, well, how can that be, Pastor? But I'll explain in a moment. All that's occurring in the world is a reaction to human bodies to the electrification of the universe through 5G satellites, 5G towers, 5G cells that are being populated in major cities around the world. So this is what is causing this pandemic. So sorry to say, second point, this is the largest global cover-up in history for the impact on human beings based on technological advancements. I hope that makes sense. I don't have time to quantify that. I will give you further information in a moment. So what is happening, it's not the coronavirus. It is a virus that is being produced by cell poisoning. And therefore, the virus that we have is really a measure or indication of our cells excreting toxins. This is what's killing people. So let me give you some facts that will hopefully make this compelling. So one of the first cities that Vodafone, Highway, and some of the other technology companies rolled out the ubiquitous blanket 5G, guess where it was? Wuhan, China, where this coronavirus was supposedly meant to start in some fish market. That is complete nonsense. It started as a result of radioactive or radio frequencies at a high level, creating radiation that was toxic to cells, and that's why people were falling over, dying in the streets, etc. So they've tried to cover it up. So because it has a flu type characteristics, they are using coronavirus to try and hide the fact that people are dying from the 5G frequency. So let me just explain. Other major cities that rolled this out, it takes 6 months for this to impact your physical body. So last year, obviously Wuhan was the first city. Then Spain rolled out 5G. Italy rolled out 5G. So you're seeing an uncommon level of fatalities because of the level of 5G penetration in these countries. Italy has had more fatalities than any other country because it is densely populated with 5G, and the older generation doesn't have the immune system to fight against it. Let me move on because of time. So Italy has rolled it out, Spain has rolled it out, most major cities have rolled it out around the world, and countries. London is one of the biggest CCTV centers, and obviously they're in the process of rolling out more 5G. What is the relevance of all of this? The relevance is the coronavirus is not what's killing people. It is clearly, categorically, unequivocally, and scientifically proven that the radio frequencies that we are being exposed to is what is killing the people. Why are they allowing it? Because of multiple agendas, but primarily because 5G is the only network with the speed to handle the future. And where we're going rapidly is a world run by AI, artificial intelligence, the Internet of Things, where everything's interconnected on the internet, a new global currency that's coming out, hence why I've been pushing what I've been pushing for the last 5 years in Africa with our own digital currency to combat what was coming. In addition to that, there will be driverless cars. There'll be a number of different things that basically need to run on 5G. So they cannot reverse the implementation of this technology. And they're happy for it the sacrifice to be millions of lives around the world. Just to prove the point further, the cruise ships were installed with 5G. So the people that were quarantined on the cruise ships, they were cruise ships that had 5G, and that's why the people were getting sick. Hospitals have 5G. Major cities have 5G. Airports have 5G. So these are places where people will automatically get sick if they're exposed to the inordinate levels of radiation through radio spectrum poisoning. Okay, so let me move on. We've had 3 pandemics in the last 120 years. The first pandemic was in 1918, which was called the Spanish flu pandemic. This was when they implemented radio waves globally and increased electrification of our universe. Guess what happens? Millions of people died 6 months later with a pandemic they called the Spanish flu pandemic. Roll on a number of years. World War II, just after that, another pandemic, which was the implementation of radar equipment globally. Satellites went up, a plethora of different satellites went up into the what they call is the Van Allen belt, basically where they store and send satellites. So when that was implemented, again, there was a number of deaths from the pandemic. The last major pandemic was in 1968, which was called the Hong Kong flu. Guess what they did then? They rolled out another level of satellite penetration in the Van Allen belt, over 100,000 satellites that were transmitting radar signals, radar field in the cosmic field, basically. So these were satellites that were pushing telecommunication and radar communication. So we had radio waves first at the beginning of the century, and then they implemented radar equipment and telecommunication satellites. These caused pandemics that killed multiple millions of people, and the last one was in 1968. So guess what's happening now? They've rolled out 5G, and this is impacting people's lives, killing people around the world, and they're covering it up in the name of coronavirus. So that is a fact. Please go and do your study 5G, the implications of the implementation. Just to help you further, one of the countries, which is a huge country that has millions of people, huge country with cold weather, Russia, has had no fatalities in the area of coronavirus. Why? Because they have not implemented 5G on a public use yet. They've only implemented it for exclusive use by the military. Hence why they've had no fatalities. Just to prove the point further, you're seeing in the news now that people without underlying health issues or compromised immune systems are falling sick and dying of corona. That makes no sense that the young are dying. The reason they are dying, the facts are, the truth is that the radiation does not compromise, has no prejudice. Young or old, you will succumb to the power of radiation. Okay, so this is the fact of what's really occurring. This is part of their strategy because of the importance of 5G, and this is a global phenomenon that cannot be reversed. First point. So please understand, I've a lot more information I could give you, 17 minutes thus far. I wish I could give you more just on that, but trust me, do some research. There's some scholarly articles out there on the impact of there's like the Boston Health group that investigated contagions, and they basically said that the one of the viruses, the Spanish flu one, and even this one, is not a contagion. What they're doing is spreading it to people via the testing. Sorry to be honest, but that's what's happening. So when you're tested, it gives them an opportunity to contaminate you with the virus because they want to cover up the fact that millions of people will die from the excessive radio frequency radiation. So basically that's what's occurring, unfortunately. So where is this going? Why are they doing this? We know the technological reasons for it. They need a robust, scalable, fast, capable internet that can handle the petadata of information about all of your movements, all of your journeys, all of your banking transactions, your identification, all the CCTV cameras around the world, etc., because they need visibility on what everyone's doing. But the primary reason beyond that, what they're doing, which is luciferic and satanic, sorry to be honest, to use that term, but what is happening is that they are implementing 3 new strategies. One, vaccines. So the vaccines have in it toxins. You know, one of the things about vaccines, they give you the actual disease to see how the body's immune system will fight and combat the disease. So they give you the disease. But in that vaccine will consist of chemicals that light you up effectively to respond even more powerfully to the signals. So a bit like chemotherapy, radiotherapy, but what they inject in your system enables the cells to be destroyed. That vaccine will consist of a substance that will enable the frequency of 5G to be more effective in creating more fatality. So what you're seeing around the world is that they're buying time to build capacity for the hospitals, for the warehouses, and all the places they're going to convert into huge mortuaries effectively, sorry to be honest with you, to house the millions of people that are going to die from what is happening. So God has a plan. There is a plan. So let me just quickly throw that up now in case people are starting to worry. God has not given us a spirit of fear, power, and love, and of a sound mind. No weapon formed against us can prosper. So please know that this is a weapon that has been formed, but it shall not prosper against God's people. And I'll tell you why in a moment. So these are some of the things. Now, you may or may not be aware that we are electromagnetic beings. I know that sounds a bit weird. It's not new agey. I've studied it scientifically. We have electric circuits. Our nervous system is really a complex network of wiring that our masterful creator created us to have. So brain signals, synapse signals, information that travels up and down the body that tells you to move, to sneeze, to whatever, to fight disease. This is created by electrical circuitry that's in our body. The electrical circuitry then creates chemistry or chemicals, different types of chemicals that we react to when we eat and when we do different things, subject to us being exposed to light and different things. And so we are predominantly water. And then there's obviously the physical mass of the body that houses everything. But ultimately, we are an electric circuit. So we react to frequencies. We respond to vibration.
All right. So that pretty much is the end of that clip. Guys, if you want to find that clip, make sure you check. I put that in my Telegram. Download that. I know Lou, you're cheering in the background. Like I told people, you know, so for those that, you know, think it is a virus, he really did a great job breaking down that it's really radiation poisoning from when they rolled out 5G. And for me, everything he pointed out really makes sense. When he talked about those cruise ships, remember the cruise ships first rolled out the 5G. Then everybody was sick on the cruise ships. Then in Wuhan, they were the first ones in China to roll out 5G. Then everybody was getting sick there. And then Spain and Italy. Each one of those checkpoints line up to when they rolled out 5G so that they could pump the fear to make everybody believe they needed that jab. When you look up radiation poisoning, pretty much every last one of those symptoms is the same thing that people were saying they were getting when they thought they were testing for COVID, you know, and we already debunked the COVID tests, you know, as false positives. Those tests cannot test for anything, but you taking those PCR tests and contaminating yourself, you were putting what God knows, whatever they had through those Theragrippers inside of you that was making you sick. And so please, again, stop with the testing. And for those of you that talk about bloodlines, you want to know why bloodlines matter and how it relates to the PCR test, because everyone that took that PCR test, they've just freely given up billions of copies of their DNA. So they have cook all the research from the 23andMe, from the Ancestry.com. And now everybody that did one of those PCR tests, now they got all the DNA and all the bloodlines where they can separate and decide who they want to target based on all the information we freely gave these wicked, mad scientists. That, and you can do, I have to do a whole nother show on that, but everything I'm bringing up is valid. I've talked about multiple times. So research the Ancestry Me, how that data was stolen, all those DNA test data was sold to China and other companies that do gain of function research, and now they have all the PCR tests with the billions of copies of everyone's DNA. They ain't got mine because I ain't take none of that shit. But, this is just what we need to be aware of. And this is how they will continue to create bioweapons, targeted bioweapons. And I believe I dropped a link in the chat about that as well. And out of every one that it doesn't impact, it is the K26R genome. And I'm going to just put it out there for anybody who could take a guess who the K26R genome belongs to. Okay. They are the least impacted out of everyone else in the world who's being targeted. So, but back to the point of the 5G, is it safe? Is it a weapon system? I just rolled out a clip where this guy really did a great breakdown, breaking down the electromagnetic frequencies, how we are electromagnetic. We really are. And they understand how these frequencies work. So it was radiation poisoning this whole time. It was not coronavirus. This is a pandemic. The point was to convince people that they needed the jab. So just wanted to really just go and recircle to make sure we have a complete understanding of that. And now we're going to move the conversation forward. So yeah, Lou, if anybody ever asks you about the virus, no virus, you could just give them that clip. And if they don't understand it from there, then they might need to play it a couple more times till it makes sense. Okay. So, and it is a good point to, just get that across, because it really shows the severity and how evil these people have planned these things out. I always say they play the long game. This isn't something they came up with overnight. They've been planning these things. So it is an important thing to understand. Is it the end all and be all? No, it's just a important piece in this genocide. And in the words of Dr. Love, a democide of the people. Okay. So yeah. But anyways, let me go ahead and cue up this next clip. I will be getting to Mark Steele's interview in a moment. I just really want to go through those 3 clips. So now we're getting ready to go to the 3rd clip. This is a clip when Mark Steele was on the Stu Peters show. And this is actually when I first saw this clip. This is what made me want to reach out to him and get him on my show back when I was on Clubhouse, because I was like, man, this guy kind of knows what he's talking about. Let me get him on. And so that's what we'll be listening to, guys. The interview I did with the interview I did with Mark Steele back when we were on Clubhouse. But right now, what you're getting ready to hear is just a little bit about him to get you ready before I play the interview that we did a few years back. So yeah, guys, welcome to the room. Is 5G safe, or is it a weapon system? This is where we're going today. If you do want to join, feel free to click the link that's posted in my profile pic on Twitter Spaces, and hopefully everybody is getting something from this, and it is on replay. So if you missed anything, you will be able to go back and listen to it again. So All right, let me get this queued up here. And yeah, we're going to continue the conversation, guys. And I don't think I can make this bigger. And what's really trippy about this, wait a minute, I don't know if you guys can still hear me when I go to the share screen. So let me go back. But before I play this clip, because I can't make it full screen like some of the other clips that I have. Let me see, I might be able to. Let me see here. Oh yeah, I am. But what's so crazy is I was able to pull this clip up on my phone, but when I put it on my laptop, it wouldn't open. So I had to go through the Wayback Machine again, copy the clip in there to bring it up so that I can play it connected to my laptop. So I don't know what that's about, if it's, how was it playing on my phone, but blocked on my laptop. But these are the things that they're doing. They're definitely deleting information. I've talked about this before. If you do have something that you have saved in your notes and you can't find it, you can always try to put that information into the Wayback Archive to retrieve old information. I can state 80 to 90% of the time it does pull up there, but there were some times where it would not have any records. So, but we can have a backup to the backup. And a lot of times that's why I download a lot of information that I have too. So it's just a matter of keeping up with everything, guys, because we truly are our own historians at this point. Because when you think about how they can delete things off the internet, who will know the truth 50 years, 100 years from now if we don't document what has happened during this moment? We are truly living in historical time where everything we do matters for the future generation of humanity. I do believe we are the fifth root race. I'm going to do a show on root races because I know a lot of people think this is the end of the world, but I don't believe it's the end of the world, but it's possibly the end of this root race. I'm not going to go down that right now. I'm honestly myself still doing a lot of research into that. But when I do present it, I am going to present it with a lot of information and maybe even open up a discussion behind it. So, and to say that, meaning I don't want you to stop how much of a warrior you are in getting this truth out, because I do believe we are in a historical point in history. So what we do does matter right now. How we comply, what we agree to, this will affect the future generations. And please educate your children on everything that you have learned from the point that you have woken up. Teach them all of it. The bloodlines, the connections, the pharmaceutical industry, the Christ, any and everything that you feel is important. Teach that to your child so they'll be ready to fight, and they'll be so far ahead of the game than a lot of us, because most of us through most of our lives, we were in the matrix, listening to all the lies and all the bullshit and the indoctrination, drinking the fluoride water, listening to the television programming. But these are the things you can teach your children about now, so they will be so freaking smart. They'll know exactly who the enemy is. They'll know who the head of the snake is. They'll understand the world that we're living in is a controlled dimension to a certain extent, and that they have the power to own their own power and own their own truth and freedom. So, please teach your children, because one thing that I can say, the ancestors, they left things for us to learn. They left the emerald tablets. They left the Dead Sea Scrolls, all of these hieroglyphics, all of these papyrus paper, all of these different things that they found that tells the story, that gives us warnings. At least it preserved through the time. But what do we really have to preserve our knowledge outside of downloading it to the cloud or putting it on the internet? So just think about that, guys, and collect books as well. Collect the actual books, because, it's good to have a PDF copy, but that can be deleted too. So if there are any books that you feel that are very relevant, get the actual copy. I mean, I've been building up such a library. I can't even read everything, but you know what? I'm getting it just in case. I'm going to need it at some point in time. So I kind of went on a little rampage there, but welcome to everybody to the room. I'm getting ready to play this next clip. The interview with Mark Steele is coming up, but before I play the interview that I personally did with Mark Steele, I am going to play this clip where he was on the Stu Peters show. So that's what we're getting ready to listen to right now. And again, welcome to the room. Welcome to Truth and Freedom. This is why we are here.
Discussion at all, 5G is being rolled out all across America and the world. 5G is short for fifth generation, as in the fifth generation of technology for cell phone networks. Well, this fifth generation tech is supposed to be a lot faster and a lot more powerful, so naturally that means vastly more powerful radio waves being blasted everywhere, all the time. This can't be healthy for humans. And the truth is, nobody probably bothered to check, or if they did, whoever did the checking didn't feel like reporting the results because they know exactly what this is. Well, Mark Steele says that he knows what this is also. Steele is an engineer and says that he's worked on secret weapons research with the British government. He believes that 5G is working in concert with the COVID-19 bioweapon injections, falsely referred to as safe and effective vaccines, to become a global kill switch that could be used to genocide the planet. We've heard a lot about this. We want to learn more. So to that end, Mark Steele joins us now. Mark, thank you so much for coming. We appreciate you being here.
Thanks, Stu. I really appreciate getting the opportunity to get this information out into the larger population. It's very important.
Of course. So you're making the assertion that 5G is in fact somehow tied into or can communicate with those people who've been injected with these bioweapons. And I want to remind everybody, I mean, we have seen microscopy images of self-assembling circuitry, nanotechnology inside of these shots. So you're making the assertion that this is absolutely connected. What's going to happen?
Absolutely. The spectrum for 5G, the main blanket coverage is sub-gigahertz. That's long-range radar. So where we have the industry narrative about millimeter waves, that is part of 5G, but it's not the main part. Having these transmitters on every single street light or every telegraph pole every few meters, that's totally false. Sub-gigahertz is long range. And not only is it long range, it's part of the spectrum for biometrics. So it understands, the biometrics of a person. You hear about people with these smartwatches that can monitor your biometrics through that. And there's a number of other pieces of technology. However, the injection, the COVID-19 vaccine is a nanometer material antenna. All right. These are graphite ferrous oxide. They're self-replicating, as you stated. They're basically small electronics. And what that allows me to do is actually understand a person's biometrics. The fact, once I understand the biometrics, I can then hit them with an atonic seizure. I can basically do cancellation waves at the heart, attack the vagus nerve. There's a number of different ways that this biometrics network can be used against the person. And obviously the intelligence documents that we had in 2017 showed a large number of deaths in America, somewhere in the region of a couple of 100 million. I think 55 million in the United Kingdom was reported by 2025. We're already seeing an increase in death, but that's not the real kill. This is just the technology being pretty problematic because they rushed the technology. They've rushed it. People are getting sick from it. They're dropping down dead, where this equipment is actually self-replicating and it's building the nanoparticulate antenna network through chemtrails. You set up this magnetic field within the body, and that then attracts all of the other contaminants, the other nanomaterial contaminants that come from chemtrail in food, water, etc. So you're building out this antenna, what they perceive to be this autonomous human going forward, like a control of a human being. It's not what's going to happen. Like, EI systems, this EI network is not going to be able to create the creator's creation. It's an attempt by these forces, these dark forces, to create what the creator created. And
an attempt by demonic, satanic people to wipe out God's creation, is what you're saying.
Exactly, to replace God's creation. They're an attempt to replace God's creation, which is far more sophisticated, and they're going to use an AI 3-dimensional network, 5G, to blanket coverage in areas so that they can then take total control of the antenna network that they're now injecting into the bodies of people unknownly to them, which is really important. You know, if anybody's been vaccinated, you must get yourself checked, get a neodymium magnet. You can get them on eBay. You know, there's a number of places that you can get them, and you can test in and around the injection site. Make sure the skin's nice and dry, because obviously the temperature increase, you get what's called sticky skin. That can also be caused by the pre-diabetes state from the vaccine. So you make sure the skin's nice and dry, use alcoholic wipes, whatever, make sure it's dry. And then what you do is you can locate the nanometer material, these graphite ferrous oxide antennas that they have injected into you by attaching the neodymium magnet. We've been doing that in the United Kingdom. We've got a group of people called the Magneteers, and that's waking an awful lot of people up in relation to this genocidal plot, this great evil that's being perpetrated against us by the World Economic Forum and the puppets who work for them. Their plan is to take down all mankind. They're already telling people that they're having this virus, this network virus, so an internet virus, that's going to be next. It's going to be worse than COVID-19. They're telling us all about that. Well, unfortunately, if you've taken the vaccine, you're part of that technological play. You've become a technology. They're already stripping out your DNA. They're changing things around so that you are actually a technology that are owned by a pharmaceutical company. So it's extremely important, if anybody's been a victim of this, is to do something about it, because what they're after, they want your money. They're looking for people with assets. People with assets, people with money. It's not the poor people. You know, that was always sold. It's let's just get rid of the people who, you know, the useless eaters. No, this is all about getting rid of the people with assets. They've got to balance the books. They're in the debt. They want your money. They want your cash. They want your car. They want to take everything out.
Okay, I've got a two-part question here as you go on here. I believe everything you're saying has credibility based on your history, your expert status, the research that you've done. You gave an expert witness statement. We're going to go over that a little bit here in greater detail. But the detractors, critics of this show and your detractors will say, oh, he's talking chemtrails and he's talking 5G. This guy is a QAnon conspiracy theorist. He has no credibility at all whatsoever. To those people, you say what?
Well, I was taken to court by my local council to try and gag me because they said the words that were coming out of my mouth were terrorising the vulnerable in the local community. I got to court. The judge stated the 5G risk must be debated. He confirmed that I was an expert in this field. And he said, this is democracy. The public have a right to know the 5G risk must be debated. We've never had any debate. The reason why there's no debate and no research on 5G, as it is absolutely a weapon system, the technical parameter for 5G is direct energy in air. It only has one use on the battlefield, not the civilian setting. There are no 5G devices. So if you get a 5G phone that's got 5G on it, you've been basically ripped off, because 5G, its main technical parameter is a directional beam wave, so a compressed, compact, polarized, collimated signal. That's what 5G is. And you don't have an antenna in your phone that is that. And the reason for that, if I fired a signal through the head, so I've got my mobile device here, I've got a signal from a 5G antenna, and if I show my head, it's most probably going to kill you. It's the same, not dissimilar technology that was used in Havana to attack US Embassy staff to cause irreparable brain injury. Microwave radiation traveling through your head will cause irreparable brain injury, probably give you a stroke, it could kill you stone dead. So consequently, you can't have a device that collimates a focused signal to an antenna through your head. And unfortunately, if you're orientated this way, you're perfectly fine. Could you take the risk of the antennas over here? Because you don't know where the antenna is. And if that antenna is orientated through your head, it's possibly going to kill you. So that's why there isn't any actual 5G devices. So ask yourself this question. Why is all this 5G interconnected system being installed in your cities, your towns, being funded by your government, being funded by your local authorities and government, when the industry actually physically turn out a 5G phone? And if you talk to anybody when they get these 5G devices, they go, well, it's worse than the 4G I had. The reason for that is because it's not 5G. This 5G connection is machine to machine only. And if you get in the middle of that beam wave, it could possibly kill you. Now, autonomous vehicles, which is part of the reason for 5G, that's all a scam. I can explain it quite quickly. Autonomous vehicles need what's called LiDAR. It's a laser radar crossed technology. It's off the battlefield. Fantastic for battlefield interrogation, by the way. So I can see any enemy weaponry hardware coming onto the battle space. LiDAR is very good. However, on a motorway, right, you're traveling down a motorway, mind your own business. You've got a car, you've got mirrors, central mirror, you've got mirrors at the side. That LiDAR, it operates a non-visible spectrum, so you can't see it. So it's very high-powered laser light, which if I shine a laser at your eyes, I'd get arrested for assault. However, this one, you can't see it. You've got a vehicle coming up behind you, and it's firing the laser radar cross into your mirrors, directly to your eyes, causes central nervous cancers, central system cancers, etc. So that's just one vehicle. What happens when you've got 300 or 400 vehicles traveling down a highway, all pumping out these emissions, these very, very toxic emissions, all pointed at your mirrors, directed into your face and into your eye system? It's like facial recognition. It's toxic. Nobody talks about facial recognition. They talk about it's an invasion of your privacy. Nobody talks about how dangerous it is. Remember when you had police officers with handheld radar guns? A lot of those police officers got cancer. That's why they stopped doing it, because they couldn't hide the bodies. And that's what we're seeing today. We're seeing a massive increase in all case mortality. We've got this type of radiation that's been put in all over our cityscapes, and these are battlefield-derived weapon systems, not telecommunications. We're being gaslighted, and that's why the industry didn't test them to be safe, because if they had have tested it, it would have failed. 4G isn't safe. I'm not saying that 4G is safe. However, you only have to get a distance away from the antenna, and it's not dangerous.
Using microwave and other emanating technology like this is not anything new. We saw them use it against Australian dissidents at protests. It was considered to be used at the January 6th rally, the incident here at our capital. I want to read this. Quote, "I write this expert report as a British engineer, inventor, patent writer, and weapons research scientist, an engineer with a materials science background, and inventor of the world's first binocular optical wave guides, weapons sight systems, infrared thermal imaging, head-up displays, molecular reactors, signal processing, and transducer design, to name a limited few. As the chief technology officer at the company that designed and brought to market the world's first internationally approved head-up display product, accredited with a number of innovation awards, but more importantly, regulated to a number of internally recognized standards, including the Department of Transport, as well as ANSI and others, I was relied upon in the establishment of international standards for augmented reality and virtual reality HUD systems. Refer to Exhibit 2A for patent attorney, blah, blah, blah." You go on here. You say that Cyber Command had been made aware here in the United States of your expertise and specifically requested your advice with regard to an unusual 5G antenna design deployed across the United States of America. You continue, quote, "I have been extremely fortunate that most, but not all, of my research and product development work has been carried out alongside of the Official Secrets Act legislation." This was an expert statement that was given to whom and for what purpose?
I was contacted by lawyers in Canada. There was an international group of lawyers that were very interested in actually bringing the Canadian government to a courtroom. And obviously in that courtroom, the judges, without doubt, will have been vaccinated, because obviously a lot of the people in the legal sector have been gaslighted, the same as the general public. And what this lawyer said, we need to understand what the interconnection is between the vaccines and the 5G network. So it's actually in that technical document. I knew these developments. There was a DoD project to track wet well on the battlefield. So these are biological structures that are very, very difficult to see unless you have, something you're carrying with you, or you've been injected with these nanometal materials, which allows me to light you up in a battle zone. Very similar to the money, a lot of the currency now, I can track it because it's got these foil, the radio frequency identity tags that are dormant. It's just a bit of foil. You can see it in your currency. So I can scan your environment and I can see how much money you've got in your pocket. I can see currency changing hands. That's all part of the 5G urban radar network. It's to tag, things going into your bin. So you basically, where a barcode will be replaced with a printed on reflective metal coating.
To illuminate you and your activities, with limited time left here, are people who have not been inoculated, are purebloods, safe from this targeting?
Safer. There's a number of serious concerns I have with 5G, and it's the capacitance that's been built into smart meters, all the smart devices, the massive capacitance, the capability for what's potentially could be an EMP.
We need to get you back for a more extended conversation on this, clearly.
All right, guys. So that pretty much wraps that interview. I mean, I've watched this interview multiple times, and it's at least 2 years old because I played this when I interviewed Mark Steele, which was 2 years ago. So I just even had to take notes again because especially after everything that I know right now is some more information that I can just connect the dots with. First, when he said they can light you up in the battlefield. I know a lot of people probably that probably went over your head, but when he was speaking about light you up in the battlefield because you have these nanobots, or that really means that, again, when we talk about those jabs and all the self-assembling that's happening in the body, and you understand the luciferase that glows in the body, this is how they'll know you've taken it. This is how they'll be able to identify you. He's really talking about the quantum dots, the barcoding. All of that is inside of this bioweapon jab. So they will know who's taking it. And in the form of what he said, light you up in the battlefield because you're glowing. Outside of the magnetic, being magnetic, but that piece about the glowing. And Hope and Tavon did a good breakdown. I don't know if you guys heard of them, but look them up. Hope and Tavon, they did a really good breakdown on how they have already installed new cameras in the airports where they can identify who's taking the jab just by looking at people's foreheads that's glowing. Okay. And they were showing it how it looks. It's some type of thermal imaging that's happening or something. And up, in the head area, it's more of a glow happening. And there's also Greg Reese did a report about this as well. I'll try to find that video and maybe show it later. But the glowing in the head region. So I'm going to move past that. And Lou, I see you typed in optogenetics. Look up optogenetics, guys. They can control people based on this optogenetics. So a certain form of light. So that also takes me into, going back again, because we're like 4 years into this pandemic. Everybody remembers when they installed all those 5G towers everywhere. Remember that now? Remember when everybody was locked down, but yet they were putting up 5G towers all over the place? This is what was causing all the poisoning. This is what they were doing. They were preparing for where we are now. The autonomous vehicles, the AI, all these different things that they've been rolling out now that we know exist now. But think back to when they were installing all of these freaking 5G towers everywhere. I mean, they were even making, I know here in Florida, they were even making the palm trees look like a freaking 5G tower. Like cactuses was looking like 5G tower. Like they were literally putting these towers inside of objects. Like, I know people have to remember all of that, okay? So just wanted to point that out. So all of that just really just makes so much sense. And then when he said, Stu Peters asked, are we safe? And he was like, well, safer, because this also brings me back to, and I posted this in Fringe's Space the last night, the chemtrails, okay? Mark Steele has talked a little bit about the chemtrails. Now, this patent that I came across clearly says they're using graphene oxide in cloud seeding. Okay? Everybody knows what cloud seeding is, right? That they put stuff in the clouds, and then that creates the rain, and that creates the snow. They're putting graphene oxide in the freaking through the cloud seeding, and that is patent US 2022002-159A1. And I'll repost this. I believe it's already in my Telegram, and I believe I already have it on my Twitter profile somewhere, because I posted it last night, so it should show. This patent tells you that they're using graphene oxide to cloud seed. So just wanted to, circle that back. And we know that graphene oxide is a major component in this whole technology system, the self-assembling, the quantum dots, all of that. So, the fact that he brought that up, again, in this interview, the tagging, that they're the barcoding on people. And another good point is, even your cell phone, how your cell phone can be a weapon. This is why when I talk to people on my phone, I talk through speaker. I know. I mean, it doesn't take me totally out of the radiation field, but whatever we can do matters, guys. Whatever we have control of to limit ourselves against all this radiation. Because just think, back in the days, they used to say microwaves, how bad microwaves were. But we got way more than microwaves going on in all of our households now. I mean, most of us have smart TVs. We got the smartphones. Some people even got the smart refrigerators, the smart, the heaters on smart everything. So just think about all of that. Then all the Bluetooth, this and all the signals. I mean, they even have furniture now that's connected with all the Bluetooth and the charging connected. So if you're sitting with a couch that has this charger built into it, you're literally sitting on radiation as it just charges through your body. And you know how I know that's a fact? Because when you hold your hand, and you can test this out right now yourself, if you go charge your phone and you hold that phone in your hand while it's charging, you could feel the energy pulsing through your freaking body. So, and I have to remind myself about that. Never charge your phone while you're talking on it or holding it in your hand. If you have to talk while it's charging, put the speaker on it and just put it down, but don't hold it while it's charging. So just think about that. If you got one of those fancy new couches that got 20 portals of charging, you charging, your wife charging, the kids charging, y'all just sitting there just getting juiced up. Okay, so just wanted to point that out. And Mark Steele, I just love him because he's just such a serious dude. He just seems like he's ready to kick some ass. He got some balls. Because I don't know what's going on. Like I said, in America, Americans need to stand the hell up. We need more Americans to wake the hell up. Anytime I see somebody who's really speaking out, freedom fighters, most of them are from another country. They ain't Americans. They really did a rollover job on the men in America, and not every man, so don't attack me, but it's lacking when it comes to the warriors. I'm sorry to say that. But yeah, he's such a serious guy. You know, and again, talking about the chemtrails, you know, they've talked about the smart dust in the Futurama document where they talked about the silent weapons. So the smart dust, we know about that. I just shared the patent. So yeah, and the radiation poisoning. So that was pretty much everything. I just wanted to recap based off of what you guys heard. And I know last night in Fringe's space, a lot of people brought up the UV lights. Okay, and he touched on that as well. So all of these things are definitely connected on how they're going to track people, surveil people. It's all about tracking, surveillance, and control. And with that patent, and the name of that patent is the System and Method for Biometric Identification Using Ultraviolet. Okay, what are they installing? What have we been talking about? These ultraviolet lights. And of course, who owns this patent? Raytheon. You know, and I can do a whole show on Raytheon, because when you follow the money, they're connected to so many things. I mean, they're even connected to that train that derailed. Everybody remember the train that derailed in Ohio? Raytheon. Okay. That's one of their subsidiary companies. I mean, you just can't make this shit up. So, but anyway, yes. So the patent that talks about the UV data, and it talks about how it says, and I'll just read it real quick. The abstract: a system and method for biometric identification of a target individual based on UV image data of the target individual. Isn't that something? So it says the query module receives the query and validates the UV image data. So if I just told you that you're glowing with the luciferase in your body and you could be identified by that glow, does that sound like that could be the UV image data? The detection model detects at least one skin area in the UV image data. So it told you it has something to do with your skin. Okay. The sequence module forms at least one target binary sequence corresponding to the at least one skin area. The match module searches the first database based on the at least one target binary sequence to identify at least one identity, thereby facilitating biometric identification of the target individual. They are going to use these lights to identify the biometrics of you. And, you know, if they say you're a targeted individual, you're a targeted individual. So they'll be able to come and get you. You know, you're glowing. They know who you are. They already got you in their wonderful quantum system. So, yeah. Anyways, I just wanted to bring all that back circle, guys. I hope all that makes sense. Check the patents. Make sure you can go back, replay the tape. I mean, I'm not making up any of this information. It's just all about connecting the dots. Again, it shows you the type of evil we're dealing with. These are some psychopaths. This has nothing to do with the safety of humanity. This is for the destruction of the humanity and the destruction of this fifth root race as they move us into transhumanism. And will transhumanism be the sixth root race? You know, who knows? But I'm gonna take a quick pause right there for the calls. Let a little people, couple breathes in. I know, and get ready for this next section. Now I'm getting ready to go ahead and jump to the actual interview that I did with Mark Steele. So you guys can hear that. I did jump it to the part right before he comes into the Zoom space, because this interview was done actually September 23rd. I believe that was 2022. And is 5G safe or a weapon system? I did this interview on Clubhouse. He was on Zoom, so I was multi-streaming, talking to him on Zoom through Clubhouse at the time. So that's what we're getting ready to listen to. And yeah, I just want to thank everybody for being here. Truth and freedom. Much love to the room. And I'm going to get ready to cue this on up. This will allow me some time to drink some water and get everything ready here. So let me go ahead and get this done. All right, guys. So let me jump over to this section. And actually, again, I did upload this interview to my podcast. So this is kind of where I'm going to be streaming it from. And I do have some other shows on my podcast as well that you can check out. I've been going through trying to upload all the content that I did over the last 3 years on Clubhouse. And I honestly didn't realize how many shows I've done. So it's going to take a while for me to get all of this uploaded, but keep checking back. I think I only have like 4 shows loaded on here now, and I know I did 30, 40 or more. With a lot of other great interviews with other people as well. So, but anyways, let's go ahead and let me cue this on up. And let's listen to Mark Steele here. I'm going to just stop right there, guys, because it's like about another 5 minutes, but I need to make sure that the Zoom starts on time and everything. So if anyone has any comments, feel free to share. I'm going to be working in the back channel until I can bring in Mark. So the mic is open. The stage is open for comments right now.
Thank you so much, Valley Girls. While we get the Zoom stream set up, we're going to hand over to the moderators on stage to continue the discussion, and we'll let you guys know when we're ready to do a quick audio test.
Thanks, researcher. I'll just go ahead and just keep the discussion going. Come on, y'all. It's not like we didn't know. I mean, all of this stuff is connected. And I remember somebody was telling me a long time, it was some years back, but they were saying one of the prophecies of the Hopi Indians was that the world would be connected through, and I think that they said the web would be connected. Yeah, the world would be connected through the web. Now, this was way before the internet came out. And a lot of people during the time that I learned this, I think it was around 2010, people were saying, oh, well, the railroads and the World Wide Web. And that's what everybody was thinking, that, okay, everything is going to be connected through, quote unquote, the web. And what I now today, especially post COVID, what I've come to really kind of gather and believe is that not just through the web, the World Wide Web, but now we are at a point where we're talking about the Internet of Things and the Internet of Bodies and how they plan to do it. And I think that this is very relevant to the conversation. It's relevant to, the financial markets crashing. It's relevant to what they have, this atrocity that they have committed, against humanity with these inoculations. I mean, as far as the education, everything.
And let me just take a quick pause. I hope you guys can hear me when I interrupt the actual playback. If you can't, let me know. But I just want to let you guys know, yeah, so, these are just some of because this was an actual show, so you are hearing other people talk right now before he comes in. And again, if you do want to, join or speak, because this interview is about 2 hours, I will probably pause it at certain moments. And then, if you do want to speak, we can kind of chime in through as I break it up. But, otherwise, I'm just really kind of planning on playing it straight through. But since it's 2 hours, I do believe it might be good to kind of break it up, depending on who wants to speak. But yeah, the link is on my profile in Twitter Spaces. All right.
That is going on it's pretty much all relative. And so to dismiss it would really, really be a sad thing. We do need to question this stuff. And gosh, I wish Rob Weber was back on here, because one of the questions that I had to ask was, back in the day when they started talking about 5G, even before 5G was launched in 2019, I had one of those EMFs, the electromagnetic frequency, just a little handheld EMF device that would tell you how much frequency and actually give you the reading as to what's safe in your house and what's not safe. But apparently they have a new one out, I guess, for this 5G technology that's a little bit better. They're a lot more costly. The first ones were about $30, and these run, can run you up to $100. But it's kind of good to know this stuff. I'm not saying everybody go out and buy one. I'm just saying that's one of my tactics is that, I am going to start looking at different things regarding, you know, 5G, nanotechnology, the stuff they put in my food. It's a lot of stuff to deal with, but nobody's going to do it. Nobody's going to do it for us. So I have to do it for myself. So that's why we're here. I'm glad you guys are here today. Welcome to the Truth Seekers Tavern if you're just now joining us. And we do have a special guest if you are just now joining the show. It is Mark Steele, and he is amazingly gifted when it comes to this 5G conversation and technology that we're talking about today. And with that, I know Jen, I don't know if you're working. I see Jen, I see Steven, and I see Sunshine. And anybody else wants to say anything, I don't want to hog the mic. Just trying to fill in some space, get as much information out there as we can before our guest speaker arrives. And people are in the back, in the backgrounds, in the back channel, trying to get everything set up perfectly for you guys so we can have a good show with Mr. Steele. And I am Sindel, and I'm going to yield my mic. Anybody else wanna hop on?
Hi, it's Dr. Smith. How you doing, Sindel?
Hi
I don't think
there.
we met
Thank
before.
you. Hi there. Happy Friday.
Happy Friday. So I've only been in Clubhouse maybe a year, and of course, following this club and a few others where I met some of you lovely people. But that's basically what you just kind of alluded to just now is what I've always been saying, that it's good to know what they're trying to do, but it's more important for us to do things to protect ourselves and to clear our bodies. And so that is something that I'm seriously letting people know that, whenever you hear these things, a state of fear is not where you go because that's what they want. You need to see what's happening and then sit down and see what you can do to increase your ability to survive the war that has been waged. And if you're already vaccinated, please don't get any more. The Internet of Bodies is something that they are definitely trying to create, a one thought thing where using quantum physics, they can, control the thoughts of people. It's already being done where they, do things through the television. If you watch television, they're trying to tell you what to think, how to feel. And so I cut out television 10 years ago because I'm like, you're not going to try and, tell me how I should be thinking. And they start all these different things using social media. So the thing to do for me and what I've been doing for the last few years is to be as sovereign as possible, to get as close to my creator as possible, and to mitigate everything that they've been trying to do with the water, the food, everything else. And those are the things that I try to encourage people to do. And these rooms, of course, give us great information. And then now we need to go out there and do a lot to protect ourselves. But thank you for this, and I yield the mic.
Dr. Smith, that was absolutely beautiful. And wow. That's that's what I wanted to say. Sometimes I get a little bit off on it, but that right there was exactly what I really wanted to put out there. So we don't have anything to fear. We just have to just prepare ourselves and educate ourselves. And welcome to the stage, Anna. How are you today? Happy Friday.
Hello, this is
Hey,
Sunshine.
Sunshine.
Just wanted to pop in real quick. Still at work, but I'm gonna be finishing soon. Um, with the 5G technology and billions of people being, jabbed with that 5G technology, the cyber hacking is also going to be increased because right now I'm looking at a cyber page, and there are about 34 million cyber attacks. Trying to America are sending out their attacks to all over the world. All over the world is sending out their attacks to America, and of course we have people that are stopping this. But with now the advent of people being systems or part of this system, this software, then
All right,
we
guys. So
are.
just a quick heads up. So, sorry to cut you off, Sunshine. I'm gonna throw you back to Mike, but I just want to let everyone know that we do have Mark Steele in the building, and we will get started. So go ahead and finish what you had to say, Sunshine, and then throw me back to Mike, and we'll get the introduction going.
Okay, yeah, I just wanted to say that it was going to be billions of people now, more cyber attacks, billions of cyber attacks being happening at one time. So let that sink in. This is Sunshine. Back to you, Valley Girl.
Thank you so much for sharing, Sunshine. And yes, Mark, I just want to do a quick check. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you fine. Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much for being here, Mark. We want to welcome you to the Truth Seekers Tavern. And we're definitely getting started. I know this is your first time on Clubhouse, so we just want to thank you for being here. Thank you for all your wealth of knowledge and everything that you've been doing to share with the people. And because Truth Seekers Tavern, we're just really so glad to have you speak with us today, because you truly are a hero, a man with great courage, strength, and wisdom. So thank you again for being here with us today. And before we get started, I just wanted to, give you an opportunity to introduce yourself and, share with the people anything about your background that you would like people to know. And we are streaming this live into Clubhouse, so we have people in the room, so they will be able to hear you while I'm speaking to you on Zoom, but everybody else that's in the room is on Clubhouse. So just want to give you that update. So, but yeah, if you could just introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about your background, because I know that you're an engineer and you've dealt with some weapons. You have a weapons background with the government, and I'm sure I'm not describing it great. So if you could just shed some light and give us a introduction about yourself.
That's great. Yeah, fantastic. Yeah, my background, I've got a material sciences background, and I've had a varied number of, let's say, pieces of work that I've been, carried out over quite a number of years. I've been nearly 40 years in research and development. I'm quite a little bit long in the tooth, but most of the work I've been involved with is product development. And I work with the secret weapons facility. I understand about electronic weaponry, Operation Paperclip, how these electronic weapons were used many, many years ago. They've been around for a significant length of time. And the reason why they're being kept as secret as what they have been is because, unfortunately, governments use them against their own population. And it's one of the reasons why they're extremely secret. Electromagnetic radiation weapon systems have been around since early part of the century. The Nazi regime developed a lot of these weapons, tested them on camp inmates, so they understood about certain frequencies, how to cause certain types of disease. 2.4 gigahertz, which is your normal operating system in your Wi-Fi, your deck phone, they cause diabetes, and obviously we'll have a modern day diabetes epidemic. It's not the food that you eat, might have something to do with it. The large exposure to 2.4 gigahertz causes diabetes in the population. This has been kept from the public. The medical community don't know anything about it, and the reason for that is because they're not taught about it. I have a raft of inventions. I invented a number of products to mitigate directional weapon systems on the battlefield. I've been involved in the oil and gas industry, nanoparticulates. I invented a number of products, including molecular reactors. So I'm basically an inventor. I'm a patent writer, inventor, engineer. I've got a wide-based background, and my focus is on directional weaponry and electromagnetic radiation weapons and systems, battlefield interrogation systems. So that's how I know what 5G is. 5G is the urban radar battlefield interrogation system that has the capability to cause direct energy in air, which is basically direct energy weapon. It's a direct energy weapon in the same equipment that was used in Havana against U.S. Embassy staff in the Cuban U.S. Embassy in Cuba. So you also had these attacks in Russian embassy. The U.S. Embassy in Russia was attacked. Chinese U.S. embassies in China. Lots of embassies around the world get attacked. We hear about U.S. embassies being attacked quite a bit. However, on the other side of it, there's lots of other embassies get attacked because all governments across the world have this technology and have always had this technology. The British government used it against Irish Republican nationalists in Northern Ireland. It was used against women in Greenham Common who weren't too happy about US military operations in the UK and nuclear bombing capability. So this equipment's been around for a long time. 5G, we know, the technology that what differentiates 5G technology to any other G is the capability to focus energy in air. And this is why there's a weapon system. It's battlefield derived. It's for taking out the adversary's communication systems, etc., and also to target people on the ground. So the equipment's been around for a while. Do not be deceived by the narrative of 5G being some telecommunications system. That's just a masquerade for what it actually is. So the antennas that have been installed across cityscapes across the West, UK, Europe, all over, these are directional weapon systems masquerading as a telecommunications system. And this is the reason how, industry people will install this stuff. They know there's something not right about 5G. We know there's something extremely untoward about 5G. I know that it's actually a directional weapon system and it is a masquerade. It being developed as a telecommunication system. So I had 1G, 2G, 3G. All of these electromagnetic radiation frequencies cause biological harm. However, the differential between 4G and 5G is the capability of the antenna to focus energy over long distances at the target. That is its capability. It's the antenna design that allows that capability. So this is not a telecommunication system. There is no purpose for it in a civilian setting. In fact, in a battlefield scenario, that actually would be seen as illegal under the Geneva Convention for these secret weapons. However, they are used for battlefield interrogation, but the focality of the signal allows it to become weaponized. And we now see across cityscapes across the whole world where this type of weaponry is being installed. My expertise in relation to this is developing products and inventing products to mitigate these weapons on the battlefield. That's how I know a great deal about them. So I understand the weapon and I understand how to combat it.
Wow. I mean, Mark, you just really just broke it down and you pretty much answered my first two questions, which was as it relates to the title of this show today, is 5G safe or a weapon system? And from everything I just heard in your introduction, it doesn't sound safe. And it sure in the hell sounds like a weapon system. So, thank you so much for that intro and that breakdown. And I have to say, I absolutely love your accent. By the way, I had to just throw that in there. But and we do have a lot of questions for you today, so we're gonna use our time wisely. I know your time is valuable. So before we really get into the meat of the discussion and get into the questioning, I just wanted to throw the mic over to one of our leaders here in Truth Seekers Tavern, researcher, and he's going to say a few words and tell you a little bit about who we are in the tavern, and then we'll continue with our discussion. So, researcher, I'm throwing it on over to you.
Thank you so much, Body Girls. Can you hear me clearly?
Yes.
All right. First of all, let me just say it's a pleasure and an honor to talk to you, Mr. Steele. I've watched countless of your videos over the past few years, and I agree. This is a weapon system. But before we get more in detail with this particular... Sorry, I think I
We're
grew my...
losing.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right. I think it's going to be fun once we start diving into more detail in some of these topics regarding 5G, maybe even 6G. So I would like to introduce you to myself, researcher staff. That is my alias, and I can be found on several platforms. I'm on various social media. I'm one of the co-founders for this global enterprises group known as the Truth Seekers Tavern. We have 7,000 plus members on Clubhouse so far, and we're growing. It's a community that is developed to essentially provide a platform where persons can come together, those who are seeking the truth. And of course, you know, Mark, with the 5G topic, they've been obfuscating it so much for the past, especially 3 years as it relates to the COVID connection, which we'll talk about a little bit later. So I'm researcher staff, I'm a critical thinker, podcast host, and a humble guy from Jamaica. So it's a pleasure to speak with you, Mr. Steele, and I'm also an industrial engineer while I'm studying. So glad to hear that you're an engineer as well. Maybe we can have some other discussions related to some of your background another time. So with that being said, I want to also welcome Daniel, who is also a leader here in the tavern, to say a few opening comments before I grab back the mic and we can go directly into the agenda for today.
And
Daniel might be away.
and if Danielle's not ready, we do
I'm
have
good.
Steele.
I'm good. I just needed to make sure that I had the volume down on the right one so I didn't have background noise. Mark, I'm looking forward to the education that I'm about to get from you. So thank you so much for coming to the tavern and sharing your time with us. We really appreciate you coming. So I'm just going to mute my mic now and I'm here to listen to what you have to say. Thanks so much for coming.
And I'm just going to throw it on over to Sindel. She's in Clubhouse, so I know, Mark, you've probably only seen just 3 people in the Zoom because most of the people are in Clubhouse. So, Sindel, in case you want to, I'm throwing it over to you so you can share a few words with Mark as we get started here.
Hi, Mark. Thank you so much for being here. Yeah, I've watched countless of your videos as well. And one thing that just struck me in particular when you started speaking and you started introducing yourself, maybe I misunderstood and I would like some clarity on it, or you can correct me on it. But if I heard you correctly, basically what I was hearing you say was that the telecommunications part, the 5G that they're actually giving to humanity as a weapon, it really doesn't affect our telecommunications part. Like, I understand, like I was perfectly happy with 4G, but if I heard you correctly, you're saying basically that they are using this as an actual weapon when they don't have to. And it was really interesting when you said that, because throughout my research on 5G, I found was that it's all about globalism, the money, and of course now we know the bio nanotechnology. So I was just maybe a little bit more clarification of that. I'm so happy that you're here. I'm really excited. Thank you so much for coming, and I hope you can hear me clearly over there.
Yeah, I can hear you fine. Yeah, 5G is primarily a weapon system. It's a masquerade. It's like as you said, 4G is a telecommunications system. And if you get on top of the mast, then obviously that would be pretty unsafe. However, 5G is not at all like that. 5G, the differential is it actually allows the collimation and the focus of radiation in air. If I try and explain that in layman's terms, it's like having a light bulb. So you have a light bulb that hasn't got a lampshade on. The further you get away from it, just imagine that would be a 4G mast. Okay, so the further you get away from this light bulb in the middle of a room, you get as far enough distance away, then there's a very, very low light, okay, where 5G would be a torch in a room where it allows a focus. So it doesn't matter how far away you get away from the source, that torch can be pointed at your target. So that's the differential. It's the ability to focus this type of energy in air. And it's the antenna design that actually allows you to do that. And this type of radiation, I mean, if I get a beam wave of this radiation at a high enough power, and at certain frequencies, it doesn't have to be high power. Some of the lower frequencies, the sub-gigahertz range in particular, which is the main blanket coverage for 5G, I can cook your internal organs and you wouldn't even know. And I can do that with not a great deal of power. I only have to lift your temperature, your internal temperature in the body by a few degrees and you will die. So this equipment, I can focus it at a target that could be a person and I can kill them with not a great deal of power at certain frequencies.
Wow. They can ramp that all the way up to the levels are safe now, which that I learned that you could ramp. I don't know how high, but the thing is that they actually have the capability of ramping it up higher.
Sindel,
Can
you're
you repeat
cutting
that,
out.
Cindy? Break up a little bit. Can you repeat that?
Or is it?
I think we're losing her. Your connection isn't very good, Sindel.
Yeah, I think you all need to start getting wired connections.
Guys, or is it just? Can anyone hear?
Yeah, you're like going into the matrix. Go ahead, Mark. What were you saying?
I would always advise people to get cable connections. Never ever use Wi-Fi. The problem with Wi-Fi is, I know it's quite low power, but you see, this radiation is accumulative over time. The more you get, the more you die. So if you expose yourself to large amounts of this radiation, then the risk profile increases significantly. So it's always best to, be as much hardwired as you possibly can. When you carry these devices around, always have the communication systems switched off. Use them as mobile phones as least as you possibly can. Technology is great, absolutely fantastic. Okay, so we've got a mobile phone connectivity, very, very helpful, saved a lot of people's lives, very important. However, the risk profile today is significantly higher due to the levels of radiation that we're being exposed to, and it is unnecessary. You can have mobile devices on demand, you can have Wi-Fi, which could be on demand, where we'll have people exposed to massive amounts of Wi-Fi in their homes. It is totally unnecessary. And this is how you know that this whole network is being designed specifically to cause bodily harm, because the technology is there for this not to be the case. You could save energy. They don't have to be on. They can be on demand. While filling people's homes with microwave radiation, whether it be from deck phones, smart TVs, smart devices, smart meters, all this smart equipment is secret militarized armaments and residential technology. And the more you're exposed to it, the more risk to develop cancers, the more risk to biology, the more risk of sterilization, and the more risk of baby deaths. We saw that in the gated area when the council fitted this equipment to street furniture. 5G was an urban radar technology. It was fitted into the street lights, and it was fitted the telemetric biometric network so that they can monitor your biometrics. Now, people who wear smart watches, or have a smartphone close to the body, I can then monitor your biometrics. Now, that can be pretty problematic if I'm going to attack you. A lot of people who, don't understand how these biometric sensors, the smart watch, the smart phone, and also the COVID-19 vaccine. The COVID-19 vaccine basically has a biometric It has an antenna, a graphite ferrous oxide, nanometer material antenna that's been injected into millions and millions of people across the world. That antenna, I can monitor your biometrics and I can cause what's called metonic seizure, so I can basically switch you off. And that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to get every single person on the planet vaccinated so that they can control them to a degree where, let's say, you would never ever be a problem because they can basically just eliminate you. If you're even making the wrong thought process, having the wrong conversation with somebody, because that's another issue with 5G, the three-dimensional blank coverage. I can listen to everything that you're saying, especially if you've had that vaccine. I can get a higher resolution of that, that communication that you would, let's say, speak. In fact, I could probably work out what you're thinking, okay, especially if those nanoparticles start to travel across the blood-brain barrier into the brain. I can basically understand, the way that you're trying to think. So consequently, this equipment, if you were starting to think the wrong thoughts and whoever was controlling the network didn't like the look of that, they would basically just eliminate it. Now, I know this sounds very, very space age. However, you have to understand the military and the defense industry are so much more advanced than most people's imaginations. So even when you see things in sci-fi movies about how they can control the mind, how they can control people, etc., a bit like these super soldier programs you see on TV, you see these films where a lot of this stuff's actually been experimented on. It's where people get some of these ideas from to put in the films. So a lot of this stuff's already been experimented on soldiers. So the super soldier programs, controlling the biometric system, all well known, all pretty well understood. Whether it's going to be successful or not is another matter, and especially on large scale. I'm going to predict it's not going to be successful, and what we're going to see is a major deleterious effect on people having these antennas injected into them. And we're currently seeing that. We're seeing a massive increase in death from the vaccines because the technology really is not meant to be injected in people. Yeah, so this whole bio...
I'm going to take a quick pause right there. I hope you guys can hear me because just some of the things he is saying, it's just, it revalidates where we are now. This interview was done 2 years ago, guys. So have we been seeing massive deaths since this thing has rolled out, since people have been injecting themselves with this jab? So the massive deaths is definitely happening. Something interesting that he stated about the Wi-Fi, I didn't even think about that, about, how much we use Wi-Fi and the importance of being hardwired in. We sometimes we just really forget about some of these things, and we're almost complicit in our own demise to a certain extent, especially if once we learn this information, we don't do anything to change it. So just paying attention to the importance of being hardwired in. That even goes back to those things that people put in their ears, those Bluetooths with people talking on all the time. That thing has so much radiation going through it. I did some research on that and how there's such a difference from using the headphones that has a wire compared to the ones you just stick in your ear with no wires, and how that radiation is literally going through your brain back and forth. And I can't remember who did there's a video out there, and they were testing all the different devices, like from the headphones to the ones with the wire to the ones that go in your ear. And like I said, using this EMF thing they had, that radiation was going off the charts for normal humans. So yeah, I just wanted to just point that out. And then he talked about the blood-brain barrier. We all know now. Remember how they lied and they said, oh, no, it doesn't. It stays in the arm. It's the shot stays in the cell. It doesn't travel throughout the body. Don't you guys remember that? But now it's been proven that it goes through the blood-brain barrier. I mean, it goes straight to the brain. The PCR test breaks through all of that. Everything they told us was a lie. Okay, so him talking about it's an antenna being installed, so this self-assembling these nanoclots, because if you remember, what's his name, Mike Adams, he did a video where he tested some of those clots that they pulled out of people's body, and he was, they say it's a blood clot, right? So he had a blood clot in one jar, and then he had one of those nanofibers in another jar, and it did not react the same. I can't remember everything he was dropping on there, but it literally burst into flames. It started like bubbling up and sparking and shit. You can't make this up. And even Dr. Jane Ruby is the one who interviewed him on this video. So that's also in my Telegram somewhere. But Mike Adams did a demonstration of a blood clot in one of those little nanofibers, and it literally started like sparkling, and then it like burst into flames. So this is what they're pulling outside of people's bodies. This is growing, this is creating. So when I hear Mark Steele say that this is a possible an antenna, an antenna with that made from graphene oxide, that's self-assembling, that's transmitting. So yeah, when he said a lot of people think this is sci-fi. Yeah, a lot of people think this is sci-fi. This is why I'm glad that more people are having these conversations, because this is so much more bigger than a lot of people think. So it just really is. And again, guys, if you want to join the conversation, I don't know if you guys can see me when I'm typing in the chat. Let me know, Lou, because I think you're the only person that's chatting me, but I do respond in the chat, so I don't know if you can see my responses in the chat. But yeah, guys, if you do want to, if you have something to say, I will let you speak, but you have to click that link, and it lets me know when people are trying to come into this stream. And then I bring you in. You could turn your camera off, because my camera stays off. I don't turn my camera on. So, but you have to go through a few prompts. It's going to ask you to access your audio. It's going to ask you to access your camera, and you can refuse the camera because, like I said, I'm not going to be on camera. And then that will allow you, the opportunity to speak once I, turn your mic on. But again, if you do that, because this is a presentation, we're just kind of chiming in, just making quick little comments, but not just to build up a whole discussion around it, because I just really want to present the information, not so much of, the back and forth and all of that. Just getting the information out there, guys. So yeah, we will continue. I hope everybody got all that, and get your pen and paper out, write some of this stuff down so you can go and do more research for yourself, and look into these things, because yeah, and if you're going about your day, this is just a perfect time to just listen, kick back, and just take it all in. So thank you, everybody, for coming into the room. Again, truth and freedom. Just want to clear that up, and I am independent now. I know a lot of these things are kind of connected to Truth Seekers Tavern, but I'm not. I still support Truth Seekers Tavern, but I'm not really doing shows in that anymore. I'm kind of doing my own independent thing. But much love to everybody that you did hear from that spoke. And some of these other shows that I'll probably restream, you will hear other people. It's all love, where everybody's still good. Nothing lost there. But just wanted to add that content, and then we're going to jump right back into the stream here. I'm going to hit it back 15 seconds. just in case people forgot their thought based on my rambling. And then we'll let it play, and then I'll take another break. All right. No, it doesn't. It's not a mic link. It's like when you click it, it says "Welcome to Restream," and then it prompts will come up on your phone asking to access your mic, accessing to access your thing, and once you click through that, you're like in. It's like 2 steps. But let me hit this back.
Let's say a zombie apocalypse type. We're seeing a massive increase in death from the vaccines because the technology really is not meant to be injected into people. Yeah, so this whole biometric, let's say a zombie apocalypse type of event is probably a little bit more realistic considering the type of contamination that we're seeing in these COVID-19 vaccines. The whole thing's interconnected. The chemtrails, the 5G network, the vaccines, all of this technology is all interconnected with the over-the-horizon weaponry systems. So let's say your HARP, these ionospheric radiators, which are bounced, signals are bounced off the chemtrails, where they can then interrogate an environment, a cityscape, pretty easily. And obviously, if people are being vaccinated, it gives a far better resolution and far more capability to control the events on the ground.
Wow. I mean, Mark, I must just say that from what I'm hearing, 5G it has nothing to do with, like you said, telecommunications, and that you even answered some of our questions we had regarding these smart devices, the smart TVs, the smart watch, and I even heard if you carry your cell phone, like for men in their pocket, it can make them sterile, so to speak. So I really don't think people realize the effects 5G has on the body. And a little bit later, we're hoping that you have some information about 6G. But for right now, I just wanted to throw out a question, because I did hear you talk about the chemtrails. Is there anything that you can share regarding the chemtrails? Does the chemtrails have anything to do with 5G? Because I did read an article that China has something called this nanoparticle rain. So I've been hearing about some nanoparticle rain that can come out of the chemtrails, and then I've also heard that they created a bioweapon vaccine, as it relates to COVID, but that it can be in the air, so to speak. So I just want to know, do you have any knowledge about this nanoparticle rain, or what can you share as it relates to these chemtrails?
Chemtrails, the chemtrails started their existence as enhancing the radar, so what they call over-the-horizon radar signal. So it allows me to bounce signals and get a far better resolution on the ground from radar. So it all started in around that sort of, and then obviously it's developed into something a little bit more sinister. When nanoparticulates came along, in significant capability, increased that capability significantly. However, the current issue that we're seeing nanoparticulates in vaccines. The pharmaceutical companies use an awful lot of this nanomaterials, which they are putting into the vaccinations, and the only purpose for them is for this, this major cult, this multi-billion death cult plan that's currently in play. We can see it. It's actually in play today, and it's interconnected with the radiation from the 5G network. There's certain frequencies and certain pathogens that can be triggered that are actually in the vaccines through electromagnetic radiation. I mean, if you look at the COVID-19 was basically just a cover for the deployment of 5G and contaminated vaccines in the first vaccine contamination was in the flu vaccine, where they actually put an awful lot of tungsten nanoparticles. And the expectation was in 2020, when they started deploying the 5G network, it actually switch it up. 5G's been around for a long, long time. This is just, the technical parameter for 5G is basically just directional energy in air. Direct energy in air is 5G. That's its technical parameter. That goes back many, many years. It didn't just happen in the 2020, 2021. What actually happened in 2020 was the deployment, enough 5G being deployed across the world so they could start to switch it on. So they started to see increases in radiation. And the fact that they increased the radiation, people unfortunately who had a flu vaccine with nanoparticulates and tungsten in, it increased the radiation impact from the 5G. And those people were the ones that succumbed to the death, who died what they call this pandemic, which it wasn't a pandemic, it was a plandemic. This was all planned out, pre-planned. The trouble is the expected larger increases in death. It didn't happen. So where we had Nightingale hospitals, mass in portable incineration capability across the world, freezer compartments taken up all over, because the expectation for the establishment, the government, let's say, right across the West, was there was going to be a significant increase in death. Now, there was an increase in death, but that occurred due to poisoning in people in nursing homes with midazolam and morphine-based drugs to kill them. So that increase in death, because it didn't come, there was a small number of people who died from the contaminated flu vaccines and the 5G, but not enough. Not enough to terrorize the population for everybody to get the COVID-19 vaccine, which is not a vaccine, it's basically a technology with an antenna in it. And what happened, it didn't happen. So because the tungsten nanoparticles, there was no attachment in the body and that passed through. So there just wasn't enough people died in the 2020 for the pandemic to be real at all. Consequently, a lot of people weren't terrorized enough to take the COVID-19 vaccine. And this is the problem that these cult members have. There's not enough of the people who've had COVID-19 shot. They have to get as many people as possible with the COVID-19 shot so that they can then be assured that if things go sideways, they can basically just eliminate anybody who's had the shot because they've got an antenna in. And that allows me, called the tonic seizure, using the 5G network, the sub-gigahertz 5G network, and the part of it that's actually fitted into your street furniture. So street lights, very important. These sub-gigahertz, the 868 megahertz in particular, is long-range, built-up cityscape radar. So I can basically look through the whole city environment. I can look through concrete brickwork. Anything that gets in the way, I can actually just strip it out and I can see into the deep area, possibly an 868 antenna I can see for 10 miles within a built-up urban environment. So that was the purpose. And it's a biometric network. So we'll know that this is the network that they're going to use to cause the atonic seizure. Because once I understand your biometrics, I can very, very easily switch it off. And that's what the plan is. They want to get us everybody they can vaccinated with these antennas, and then they're going to cause this mass death. Or just kill whenever they feel like they'll just weed out a number, because they have a plan to kill billions across the planet. And what we have to do is we have to come together and make sure that that doesn't happen. And we do that by people getting the knowledge, people testing people who've had the COVID-19 vaccine with a magnet, with a near-dear magnet in and around the injection sites to find out where the antenna is. And once they find that antenna, those people need to go to lawyers, they need to kick up the stink, they need to start to seek redress for the criminal act of having this technology injected into them.
Yeah, you're right about that, Mark. I mean, I'm gonna take a quick another pause right there. I mean, because it's like you almost can't. It's just so many things being said when you really take all of this in, and I know, guys, it can kind of sound like a lot, and but it's important to know these things because the and more informed you are, the better you know how to move in this world for you and your family, what you should be doing and what you should not be doing. We got to get our information because by the time it hits mainstream or somebody else is talking about it, it's too late at that point. So I just wanted to go back, just and even this whole 5G thing, it almost makes me feel like, do we need to be destroying these 5G towers? I wouldn't be mad if they were, because I just feel like maybe we need to take down all these freaking 5G towers. I don't know, because it's playing a major role in all of this. All these 5G towers they put up that I spoke about earlier. But yeah, share the information to as many people as possible. But one thing I wanted to point out that he stated was they want to get this shot in as many people as possible so that they can eliminate anyone whenever they feel like it. So when you think about all these things that they're rolling out, the digital IDs, the social credit systems, and all these things that they're planning according to their Agenda 2030 and sustainable goals and all of that bullshit, you think about how many people, again, that have taken the shot and they can literally hit some type of switch frequency, and these people are just going to drop dead. And it almost makes me think back of those videos that were circulating when people were spinning around and then they were dropping dead. Maybe they were just hitting that switch or sending that frequency, just letting people drop dead randomly, whenever they feel like it. Because as somebody stated, I can't remember what doctor said this, but because a lot of people are like, oh, if they want to kill us, then why don't they just, how come everyone isn't dropping dead? Why everyone? Because if everyone was dropping dead at the same time, it would be too obvious. That's why these things have payloads inside. That's why it depends on, how if you're surrounded by 5G or not. And it even takes me back to when I hear all these mothers that are putting their children in these daycare centers and why their children is always sick all the time. I've heard so many women with kids keep saying, oh, I had to go pick up my child from daycare. She's sick. He's sick. She's sick. He's sick. And then I asked, is there 5G? Is there, any towers around there? Oh, I don't know. I didn't think about that. These are some of the things we have to think about, guys. And especially if you got your child jabbed. Okay, that's why your child is sick all the time. Not only you got them jabbed, but you're sending them out to places with these school systems that have all the 5G towers right outside the school. So these things definitely matter, guys. And again, the fact that they can just eliminate anyone at any time. And if you were here earlier when I played where Mark Steele talked about how it's not about it just eliminating the poor. Have you guys thought about, all the deaths that we've been seeing now? A lot of these people, some of these people are celebrities, are well known. So it goes back to my point where he said they want the assets. They want to kill off a lot of people that have money and assets. Because remember, they're trying to collect everybody. You will own nothing is their motto. So they want to take certain assets from people. So, when you think about the different batches, when you think about the deaths, and now that you know about these assets, a lot of these things just really just start to make sense as you connect the dots. And another thing that he just mentioned was, everybody thought that they needed to take this jab based on this radiation poisoning. Not that there was a virus, that radiation poisoning from the 5G rolling out on the cruise ships, rolling out in Wuhan, rolling out in Spain, rolling out in Italy. When they locked us down in America, they were putting up 5G towers everywhere. They had you in your house so you wouldn't know what they were up to as they were implanting these towers all over the place and inside of everything. So just wanted to recap. So we cannot forget that this is a democide. This is a pandemic. They want to kill as many people as possible and control the rest through transhumanism. So, yeah, because as he stated, it is not a vaccine, but technology with an antenna. I mean, you just can't make this up. Technology with an antenna, biometrics, biotechnology, and nanotechnology. And let's not forget, outside of the radiation poisoning that made people think that they were needed to take this jab, they killed all the elderly in the hospital. They were murdered. So if your mother, father, grandfather, whoever was in one of those nursing homes, they were murdered. They put them all to sleep with either remdesivir or one of these death shots. They killed those people. That's why you couldn't visit. That's why they told you you would not be allowed and you couldn't visit them and all these different things. So it was murder, and that was another contribution to why people think they needed to take the jab. Oh, look at the people dying in the hospital. Look at the people dying on the TV. Look at the people dying on the cruise ship in Wuhan. It was a psyop, a psychological operation to promote fear, false evidence appearing real, to convince you to inject yourself with an experimental bioweapon technology that's self-assembling so that you can be tracked, surveilled, and killed whenever you get out of line. To make a long story short. But I'm going to continue with the interview, guys. Just want to take a brief, step in there and shout out to, everybody that's listening and sharing the room. Much love to you guys. And shout out to all the supporters and friends. Again, I shouted you out earlier with them great conversations and taking this to a whole nother level when we talk about the technology behind this, because, everyone is not at the same page right now, but hopefully this gives you a little more background, start to level up our education on, what we know about this, what they have done, where we are, and what we need to do moving forward. So, but yeah, midazolam. Thank you, Lou, for bringing that up. Yeah, it was midazolam, morphine, and remdesivir. That is correct. Yeah, so they murdered your friends and family. And I know a few co-workers who, they have family in New York that they couldn't get to because they were told they couldn't get in. It wouldn't be no reason for them to show up. And yes, their parents died in them freaking nursing homes. So from I know personal experience as well as things that have been reported. Again, this is a democide. These are crimes against humanity. These people need to be held accountable. And we're going to make sure that we do everything that they can until they do. For as long as I can breathe, speak, walk, or talk, I'm going to be dropping this truth, as it relates to our freedom. So let's continue the conversation. Let me get back to the interview. Again, if you do want to speak when I do these, pauses and things of that nature, you would have to click that link to bring you into this space for all of that to work. Just want to put that back out there. So yeah, let me get back to the interview and I will take another pause. This is what we do. This is what we're fighting for because, I will not comply That's all I have to say about it. But I just want to again thank you for that response. And we have over 100 people in the room right now, so I am going to start turning it over to a few others that have some questions for you. So just stay tuned with us. And guys, we do have Mark's website posted at the top, and we'll also post his Telegram. So make sure you guys are following him so that you can stay tuned. He puts out a lot of information and different videos. So guys, make sure you follow that link, and we'll have that posted at the top. So right now, I just want to turn the mic over to Researcher. He has a question, and we do have a few others that has questions as well. And I just want to let people know in the audience, if you do have a question, you can post your question in the chat, or you can send your question to one of the mods if you don't want to come on stage and ask your question to Mark yourself. So just want to put that out there, but we are going to allow the mods to ask their questions first, and then we're going to open it up to everyone else in the audience. So thank you guys for tuning in to Truth Seekers Tavern. We do have Mark Steele live on Zoom right now. So he is an expert in the 5G field. He's broken down a lot of information as it relates to radiation, EMFs, and, smart devices. You talked about the chemtrails, and we all know, these bioweapon jabs are not safe and effective. But one thing I feel that we don't know is we really don't have an understanding of how 5G is impacting this pandemic, as it relates to the symptoms that people feel, as it relates to everything in these false tests and these false positives that they were doing as they cranked up that 5G. Because it's amazing how when everyone was on lockdown, they were installing these 5G towers everywhere. So just wanted to put that out there. So again, let me throw it on over to Researcher, and we'll continue the conversation. Thank you again, Mark.
Right. Thank you so much, Valley Girls. So, Mark, I just wanted to start off with a quick opening question here. We kind of touched on what are electromagnetic frequencies before in the pre-show. And we talked about the mobile technologies from 1G to 5G to kind of brief the audience before this room. So, I have an easy question. What is the operating frequency range of the 5G and 6G technology, if you're able to answer that?
Yeah, well, one of the sideboards that the industry put out was that 5G was millimeter waves. Okay, the main blanket coverage for 5G is sub-gigahertz. Okay, it's anything from 600 megahertz to about 900 megahertz. That's the main blanket coverage, and the reason for that, its main purpose is for urban build-up, cityscape irrigation. The higher frequencies as you get into higher frequencies, you've got less penetration in the build-up urban environment. So 5G is sub-gigahertz main blanket coverage. You then go into the higher frequencies, right the way up to, there's an expectation that it's going to go to 30 gigahertz to 60 gigahertz, but right the way they're going to try and use as much of the spectrum as they possibly can. Now, at 60 gigahertz, that causes the electron spin of the oxygen molecule to accelerate to the point where your hemoglobin wouldn't be able to pick it up. Now, there are a number of 60 gigahertz devices that have already been installed in the US, some schools in the United Kingdom. It's called YGig. The YGig network operates at 60 gigahertz. At 60 gigahertz, I can gas people, because I can actually cause the oxygen molecule to be noxious, where you wouldn't be able to pick up the oxygen molecule in your hemoglobin, and I can gas you. So that's 60 gigahertz, that's part of 5G. 5G is about spectrum dominance. It's not just about the sub-gigahertz, it's not just about the millimeter waves, it's about a massive spectrum dominance, what they call spectrum dominance. And the reason for that, it's so that in the fullness of time, when they get all the equipment installed, all the smart meters, all the smart TVs, all of the smart equipment, your smartphones, your smart cars, as much of this equipment, once it's all installed, the thing with smart and all smart devices, they can all be accessed remotely. Once I get that remote access and I've got all of that spectrum from the sub-gigahertz right the way up into 300 gigahertz, so you've got from 30 gigahertz, 60 gigahertz, 300 gigahertz, right the way down into the sub-gigahertz frequency. Once I get all of that equipment and I get everything across that whole full spectrum, I can pull what's called an EMP, an electromagnetic radiation pulse. And if you look at the capacitance in the equipment, whether it be in the top of the street lights, whether it be in your smart meter, your smart TV, your smart devices, all of these devices are being built with remote access, with massive capacitance, so storage of energy in the localized device, and that could be used to pull what's called a massive EMP. We think about it in the cityscape, you could have billions of these devices in a single city, all with these large capacities in the equipment itself. And if I was to activate all that at a crucial time, specifically, it's like the aftermath of a nuclear bomb going off, where you just use the electromagnetic radiation pulse, that's what an EMP is, to take down all the buildings and then cause disassociation of molecular bonds. So concrete basically just powders it, I can melt steel. There's lots of things I can do at certain frequencies where you can disassociate the molecular bonds, because all molecular bonds, the covalent bonds, there's certain frequency keys which actually disassociate them. It's not specifically about power. I mean, you can create covalent bonds with just power, but not necessarily with certain frequencies. And this is the purpose of having this full spectrum dominance in 5G, so that if necessary, an EMP could be pulled and basically just vaporize cityscapes.
Thank you so much, Mark. Now, you mentioned about the 60 gigahertz frequency and how that affects the oxygen molecule. I did come across some of that in my research as well, and it's quite concerning. You mentioned the hemoglobin, so this affects the oxygen uptake in persons if they're exposed to this frequency for long periods of time, right?
Well, actually, 60 gigahertz is 60 gigahertz is part of the 5G free spectrum. It's a bit like 2.4. 2.4 gigahertz is free spectrum. Now, the interesting part of 2.4 gigahertz, it causes diabetes. So it is quite interesting that in the industry, everybody uses 2.4 because you don't have to pay for the license fee. It's a free license, free part of the spectrum. So your DEC phone, your Wi-Fi, it's all 2.4 gigahertz. And in the tests that were carried out at Dachau, one of the concentration camps by some Nazi scientists who then went to California, who then got involved with the regulatory bodies to allow this 2.4 gigahertz to be part of the free spectrum, already knew that causes diabetes. And this interconnects with the pharmaceutical companies who make a fortune on the back of selling people drugs who are diabetic. There's 60 gigahertz. There's two parts to 60 gigahertz. 60 gigahertz is not any use to telecommunications. Zero. And the reason for that is because that signal doesn't travel well in air. Because obviously there's quite a bit of oxygen in air. So if the frequency actually attenuates in the oxygen molecule. The attenuates an oxygen molecule, so consequently it basically gets stuck in it. It's not good at traveling through it. And as you increase the pulse rate, you can turn the pulse rate at that frequency to actually disassociate the oxygen molecule. Now, if I disassociate the oxygen molecule at ground level, I'll get oxygen atoms that then will want to reattach to other oxygen molecules, and that'll then cause O3. Now, O3 at about less than 50 parts per million will asphyxiate all biological life. Okay? So let's say I've got a ground reactor. I've got a reactor. I've seen these, by the way, hanging on telegraph poles in America, because I was sent them by some people in US Cyber Command to ask us the question, what were they? And what they were molecular reactors hanging on telegraph poles in and around the, some parts of the States. I was sending these pictures, hanging on telegraph poles, and what they were designed radiators, or telecommunications radiators, where you switch them on, pour in the 60 gigs. The 60 gigs, you then suck the oxygen up through the top of them, because obviously you create this temperature, and it acts as a venturi, so it sort of pulls the air up. I've worked on molecular reactors, so I knew exactly what they were looking at. In fact, I invented one for cracking carbon dioxide. So the design of the equipment was very, very similar to one that I actually invented at an earlier time, for a totally different purpose, by the way. But I understood the design, and when I saw these pieces of equipment, it was extremely concerning, because at 60 gigahertz, I would gas the the people in the near environment, I would just gas them with O3, because that will kill you. So, the whole thing about spectrum, 5G is all about spectrum dominance, and it's about using all of the parts of the spectrum that can be, weaponized.
Thank you so much, Mark. This is a really awesome interview. I think that the 60 gigahertz frequency, correspondence that these companies are using, as you said, they don't have any reason to be using it at that frequency except for nefarious intentions to cause harm to us, right?
So it's exactly. It's like a lot of this equipment, the capacitance in the equipment, the frequencies that they're using, that have no purpose. It's like, we're talking about 5G. Why are the industry installing 5G? There isn't any 5G devices. There's 5G mobile devices, but it's got a 5G stick. That's not technically a 5G phone. The 5G technicality is focused energy and air, and I don't see any handheld mobile device that allows the collimation of a signal either to it or from it, because if it did, and it was traveling through your head, it would probably kill you. And I said this early on, I've said this in about 2016, 17, that the whole 5G thing, and people said, oh, that can't be true, they're developing these 5G phones. Well, the phones that they did try and develop as 5G phones with collimated antennas actually just burst into flames. It did. They actually burst in, there was that much power emitted from the phone. So the test phones all burst into flames. They realised that they couldn't bring them out. But lo and behold, what they're selling people is a mobile device, and it's got 5G on, but it's just a sticker. It's not the technical parameter for 5G is focused energy and air, so you have to have a device that either will take in a collimated signal or emit one, and you need antennas in the device to do that, and that's not what we see. All of the 5G phones out there aren't 5G phones. They've just got a 5G sticker on. And you talk to a lot of people who've actually purchased them, and they find that the 4G signal that they used to get better than the 5G signal that they get on that so-called 5G phone. But it's not a 5G phone. It's just something that it's a device that's got a better camera system and probably some tweaking around the operating system, and that's it. To go on about 6G, there's no such thing as 6G. Now, I'll tell you why I know that. 5G is the pentagram, right? It's the sacrificial pentagram for the satanic cult elite who are orchestrating this sacrifice. Because it's a satanic sacrifice. The whole mask wearing, the abomination, the vaccine, the whole thing, this is all spiritual, yeah? It's all being orchestrated by cult members, World Economic Forum, Satanists. if you look at the World Economic Forum documents, they're the people who orchestrated this whole 5G deployment across the world. There are no 6G. It actually states in the documents. Now, I know the industry has mentioned 6G. I know there's a type protocol for 6G. However, if you look at the 5G equipment and its expected deployment, there'll be nothing left after 5G's finished with people on this earth for you to actually want to have. There's no 6G. You know what I mean? It's just an industry. I think what happened, the vast majority of people around the world know there's something not right about 5G. They've got it, they've seen something, they've heard something, somebody's mentioned something. So people are concerned about 5G. So the industry are basically trying to turn the 5G narrative into 6G to try and think that it's something that, it's gone, that's past. 5G's gone, it's past. We're working on this next thing called 6G. It's just BS. Industry bullshit. I'll call it for what it is. There's no such thing.
Well, thank you so much for your clarification, Mark. And it seems that...
So, guys, I'm going to take a quick little pause right there because I just wanted to... that was interesting because, again, I've heard the interview before, but it's like every time you listen to something, you hear something differently. So, trust these replays, guys. Whenever you hear something once, it's never enough, especially when it's so much information. That's why it's important to, listen to things a couple times, take some notes, do your own research and look up some of this information. But I thought it was interesting that he, brought up the World Eugenics Forum, because that's what I call them, the WEF, and their involvement in the 5G deployment. And also he made the comment that there is no 6G. He's pretty much said it's industry bullshit, and that and I wrote this down. He stated that it will be nothing left after the 5G deployment. So I just thought that was just really interesting. And I thought it was interesting because I don't know if everyone's have seen this clip. There's a clip where I believe this was at one of the WEF forums with Wicked Swab. And they were having a discussion. I'm remembering it now. And the president of Nokia was talking about 6G, right? He was talking about 6G, and somebody asked the question, well, what does 6G look like? And he said, with 6G, there will be no more cell phones. You will be the phone. The operating system will be inside of you. And I thought this was like, what the hell? This some old creepy ass shit. Because you would think, we still are going to go through this where you can kind of see it and maybe it's transparent when it comes to, technology, laptops, televisions. But no, this dude said out of his own mouth that, oh no, 6G is all about you will no longer need a cell phone because you will be the phone. The technology will be inside of you. So this goes back to the whole transhumanism, merging man with machine. They play the long game. They've been working on this. So, yeah. And again, it even goes back to, again, Mark Steele's comment that, the 6G is just some bullshit. The 6G is nothing left because after 5G, they have injected everyone, got all this graphene, self-assembling going on, destroying the DNA, rewriting the DNA, reverse transcripting everything, pretty much creating a new species. I mean, it's like, I even hate to say that word, but what was it? Attorney Todd Callender called it hormoborgenesis. The hormoborgenesis, okay? New species of freaking human. So again, I asked this question earlier, is it the end of the fifth root race? And it was, and they're creating this sixth root with this transhumanism. And all I got to say is I will not comply. Okay. I want to keep my spirit, my consciousness, my Christ consciousness, my everything that I have within me. So they want this soulless being that has no empathy, that I believe will not have no soul, that just will be just AI walking, talking system. So yeah, again, really interesting. I encourage you guys to find that video if I can find it before I end this presentation of the president of Nokia. With that, I will definitely show it to you guys, but just wanted to stop and take that quick break and share that information. Let me check the chat. Please say the Tesla quote. Which one is the Tesla quote about the chip, the Neuralink? I mean, I think you said something about the Neuralink and the Bluetooth. I mean, anything you're getting installed in the brain, that's definitely going to have some type of control systems involved, with biometrics. And I mean, and what kills me about that Neuralink is, and I'm going to get back to this interview, is they try to say, and I think that's why my account got shadow banned ever since I made that statement on Twitter Spaces, and I copied Elon in it and all that shit. But he came out talking about the Neuralink and, oh yeah, it's for the paraplegic and these is what they need. And that, great. I mean, I don't want to deny someone who, can't move their body, and if there's some technology to help. And that's why I always try to be clear on, there is good technology out here and there's bad technology. What makes it bad is who's behind it and how they plan on using it. So for those that are paralyzed and they, want to try these things, great. But then when you're saying, because my question was that I had copied Elon in was, because, I'm saying, what about those who just want it just because they have the money and they just lazy? They just want to be useless eaters. They don't want to think for themselves. They don't want to do for themselves, because he had something in there about, oh, you can use this to control your remote, control your TV, can control all your technologies. And, even going back to what that President Nokia said, you are the smartphone. So I feel it's two options. You can either inject it and become a fully trans cyborg type transhuman, or you can just implant something in the brain and transform to some form of sense. But it's all about transformation. It's all about taking away from the creator. At the end of the day, it's an inversion. It's when you're inverting all things that are natural of God. So, it's, I will not comply. So hopefully all that makes sense as I was, trying to bring all that together. But yeah, they're definitely about this transhumanism. And for those of you who think that this is going to give you like these superpowers and all this bullshit, you're falling for the banana in the tailpipe. They're going to keep experimenting on you, use you, kill you off, just like they do others that have worked with them and helped them infiltrate their system. There is never honor amongst thieves, liars, and killers. They're just waiting for the opportunity to take your ass out. So why did you even agree in the first place? And I just want to put out there for those that do work for some of these organizations and some of these institutions, it's never too late to get on the right side of history. It's never too late to do the right thing, to be a whistleblower, to share what you know, to, if you're a hacker and a good IT person, plant that spider or whatever y'all do in them computer systems so that you have the switch to turn that shit off whenever you feel like it, because they'll probably have you build it up and then, terminate you. So do what you can, even if you working in this institutions, to be working on the side of the people, the side of humanity, the side that, that's good. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter what color you are. It doesn't matter how much money you are. What matters is, are you good? Do you want the good of humanity, or do you want to destroy it? Which side are you on? Because you can no longer remain in the middle. Silence is compliance. But let me go ahead and get back to the, let me see, you said you posted the quote. I think that might be it. You can heal with frequency, kill with frequency, control weather with frequency. Yeah, that sounds about right. Thank you for sharing that. And I will continue with the interview.
The 5G on the phone seems to be deceptive marketing. I'm not going to stay too much on that, but I'm going to hand the mic over to Valerie in the room on Clubhouse as well to take a few questions from the stage. Thank you, Mark.
Thank you so much, researcher. And I believe Stephen, he had a question next, so I'm going to throw the mic over to Stephen. And just so you know, Mark, we have people here from all over the world. So, United States, Jamaica, New Zealand, Australia. We have people from everywhere, even people in the UK as well. So I'm going to throw it on over to Stephen, who's also in the UK. So, yeah, Stephen, I'm throwing you the mic.
Thank you, Valley Girls. Thank you for this room. Exceptional guest as always, Mark. It's a pleasure to have you here in the Truth Seekers Tavern. Really want to honor you for your service, because part of researching you, I found out if it was you that reported in the Independent in 2010 about the war and your objections to it. So I really can appreciate your service and your bravery to stand up to authority as it is. And my question was leading really to what you alluded to. Who is behind all of this, and why are they doing it? So my next question would be, we know that they're putting up these masks. They did it from the day that we got locked down in the UK and across the world. We know that people were taking these towers down. So what can we do to stop this 5G upheaval? Mark, thank you.
Like the most important thing is knowledge in numbers. Now the problem that we've got, most of the population are gaslighted about 5G. Most MPs, if you write your MP, they'll get a stop response to say that it's safe. 5G was never tested to be safe. The reason why they didn't test it was fear. It can't pass. It's battlefield interrogation. It's weapon. It was developed as a weapon to cause bodily harm. It's uninsurable because it does cause bodily harm. And you've got local authorities who are allowing it to be installed. It doesn't fit with any guideline. It doesn't fit, the talk about the ICNIRF guidelines, it doesn't fit with any of them. It basically fails everything. So consequently, the industries and the people who are installing or self-certifying to tell your local council that it actually fits within the ICNIRF guideline. They're falsified documents. The companies who are installing them are basically, the empty vessels. So they've set these companies up without any assets. They're uninsurable to put the equipment up, and it's basically a way so that if somebody has a run at them, there's nothing there. They're just an empty vessel. The councils are allowing us to go forward. They're in breach of the law. There's been a recent High Court case where a High Court judge has stated that the risk to health must be taken into consideration. The councils are following government guidelines, that don't incorporate the law the law states that the 2012 Social Care Act, that your local council, your local director for public health, and the Secretary of State have to protect you from non-ionising and ionised radiation. They're not doing that. They're allowing this 5G network, including the LED street lights, which are biologically toxic for all life, 450 nanometers. It's part of the network to subdue, to cause harm. It's part of the 5G network to kill, to cause increase in death, and to decrease the population. This is about depopulation. It's all about death. It's all about harm. So your council, your local council, and your local director for public health is in breach of the law. So what I'm going to say to everybody, thing to do, contact your local councils, contact your local councils, and actually say to them, these transmitters do not fit any guideline. They're actually illegal. In fact, Trafford Council, which is part of Manchester GMC, they have just refused 2 5G masts on the information that we gave to them, that they breached the IGNOR guideline. Every single 5G mast that's been installed in the UK currently is installed illegally, and all councils must remove them. So you can contact your council. There's been a High Court case where Brighton and Hove, where the council has been told by the High Court that transmitter must be removed because they haven't taken into consideration the health effects. There's not a single council in the country, in the United Kingdom, or anywhere in the world, who have assessed the detrimental health effects from these transmitters, the 5Gs in particular, which they have in schools, on top of buildings, next to bus shelters, basically right next to where people live and work and, play. So these things are illegal, they're uninsurable. We can get them stopped, but how we get them stopped is knowledge in numbers. Get enough people to realise that this equipment will kill them. This equipment was designed to kill them, and that's the reason why you've got government guidelines saying to councils, you don't have to consider health effects. All you have to consider is the aesthetics of it. That's not true. The High Court and the judges in the United Kingdom have said totally differently. My local council, Gateshead Council, took me to court to try and gag me because I was telling people that the 5G LED deployment would kill them. The council took me to court to try and cover the genocide up. They failed in that attempt to gag me, and what the judge said, he said the 5G risk must be debated. This is a democracy, and the public have a right to know, because my evidence that was taken into that court showed that the equipment was a legal urban radar, that it was lethal to life, it was in breach of the law, and obviously the judge stated that, and that directed the court and directed me to carry on the campaign. There's nobody has refuted what happened in that court case. What we've got is local councils in denial that are even allowing this equipment to be installed in their street lights. Or, it's public knowledge that councils are having this equipment installed. And then you'll approach your local council, tell them that you're concerned about what they've installed in their bus shelter or in their street lights, and they'll tell you it's not 5G, even though there's been some public, media coverage of this equipment in their street lights, in their bus shelters. But when you actually interrogate and ask them the serious question, they deny it. I've got a case on at the minute with Birmingham City Council. They've denied that they've got 5G in the street lights. They then said, well, even if we did have 5G, it's perfectly safe. You couldn't hear this though. Even if we've got it, it's perfectly safe. It's a total demonstrable false lie. They're lying to the population. This is not safe. They definitely have it. They're in total denial of it. And the reason for that is because It's uninsurable. They know it's illegal. They know it's illegal urban radar. They know it's spying on people. And they know that it has the capability to kill the people, and in particular, kill the people who have the vaccine, because it can pick up their biometrics, sense out their biometrics, and switch them off. Klaus Schwab, World Economic Forum, has already stated the next attack's going to be a cyber attack. It's going to make look like the COVID-19 attack look like a tea party. And what he really means is those that have been vaccinated, they're going to switch them off because they're now part of the 5G network.
Woo! I'm going to take a quick pause right there. I mean, what he just said, them last couple lines is just, oh my God, you know, this is just because we are in 2024. And for those who are just tuned in, I did this interview with Mark Steele in 2022, in September sometime, around my birthday. And it's just what he's saying about these LED lights. I mean, can we not check these off our list? How many people are listening and have seen these lights, these purple lights that have been installed? How many of us have had conversation about these street lights that they have installed? You know, it's the fact to go back and hear him have pointed that out before it had even happened. You know, just validates some of the information, some of the research that all of us have been doing and been speaking out about. These street lights, the 5G connection that he just explained on how it is not only to have the capabilities to spy on people. I mean, that's the least of our worries, and that's a violation in itself. The capabilities to spy on people, but also the capabilities to pick up your biometrics. Did you hear him say that? The capabilities to pick up your biometrics from the antenna that's being installed through these bioweapon jabs that has technology in pretty much being put in your bodies. So the capabilities to, you know, kill people, designed to kill. You know, he stated that 5G is designed to kill. So going back to the topic of this room was, is 5G safe or is it a weapon system? This is a weapon system. Okay, it all ties into the graphene oxide. It all ties into these nanowires, the self-assembling technology. It all ties into the 5G. It all ties into the radiation poisoning. It ties into the fear. And it ties into, again, them moving forward, as he pointed out, wicked Klaus Schwab. You know, they talked about these things. And especially when we know that these lights exist. I mean, so many people have reported on these lights being, you know, installed everywhere in these street lights. These street lights have been popping up everywhere. You know, I'm like, do we need to, like I said, take down these street lights? You know, and then he made the comment that, you know, the pandemic is nothing connected to what the cyber attack is. It's going to be a tea party compared to the pandemic. You know, and I just still can't get over the whole, again, the biometrics, the ultraviolet light. We talked about this. Well, I didn't talk, but I was in friends' rooms last night. We've all known this. I've shared the patent on this. This stuff exists, okay? The patent is system and method for biometric identification using ultraviolet image data, okay? So you just heard me read off the title. You just heard Mark Steele say that's what the 5G was going to be used for back in 2022. And we're in 2024. But check this out. Guess when this patent came out, guys? Guess when this patent was filed? 2011. 2011. Isn't that some trippy shit? And it's 211 people in this room. So 2000, I mean, I don't know, but 2011, that's when the system and method for biometric identification using ultraviolet UV image data was filed. I guess it was solidified October the 4th, 2012. And who was it assigned to? Raytheon. Okay. I mean, I could do a whole show on Raytheon, and I might do one. I said that before, but I didn't get a chance to do it. But yeah, especially when I found out how they're connected to those train derailments. This Raytheon shit goes deep, and all the different, monies and fundings they're getting, and how it connects to the Department of Defense and all of these things. I mean, this shit goes deep. So I read what this patent was about earlier. And again, just to make it long story short, it says the UV image data, and I talked about this, you are the UV image data. It's going to be your skin that's going to be the target, the biometric identification of you if you have taken one of these freaking jabs. And I don't want to, and I hate to make it seem like I'm like attacking or going off the people that took these jabs, because, everybody was lied to, and I have empathy for those that took these jabs. But if you haven't woken up by now and you are still taking jabs, it has to be something really wrong. But when I think about it in the beginning, people didn't have informed consent. People were lied to. Even their church, these churches, these religious organizations, they told their people in the churches to take these jabs. And you know why they did? Because they got paid on the back end. For every member that took a jab, the churches got money for it. Everyone that told you to take the jab got some type of financial incentive. Anybody that was in a medical institution got an incentive for that, okay? It was $100,000 per COVID patient that you can have on record in these hospitals. So if you went into a hospital, you were worth $100,000 per individual. This is again, this is a democide. These are crimes against humanity. And what did he say that one thing that we could do? It would be knowledge in numbers. Knowledge in numbers. That's why I'm sharing this information, because more people need to know what I know. What everybody should know this shit, so that we can all stand and break this system and stop what they're doing. Because last I checked, the jab is still out there. It's now the flu vaccine. They just switched it up, put a new name on it. So people are out here thinking, oh, well, I didn't take COVID, but I'm going to take the flu shot. Wake up, people. It's all the same. All of it. Do not inject yourself with anything. Don't inject yourself with anything to your children. Stop injecting yourself. They have switched everything to be this mRNA platform now. mRNA just means it's targeted. They can control and release a payload anywhere that they want in your body. It's along with the biosensors that come with it, because it's all about reading you, knowing you, tracking you, and as he stated, with the 5G, having the ability to kill you when they want to, just turn you off like a freaking robot or something. I just get so upset. Every time I talk about this, my voice starts going because these people are freaking psychopaths. This is just like so evil that someone could just be cooking up this shit, and that people around the world governments have agreed upon this. I know there's levels to it. Not everybody knows the end goal, but it's time to wake up. It's time to look at the evidence. Stop acting like it didn't impact you personally. So you're not going to say anything. You're not going to do anything. This is a worldwide issue of death and destruction that they want on the people. So yes, it's knowledge in numbers. We are the majority, they are the minority, and it's time to take our power back because they have beyond went past abolishing and taking us on the path of destruction. I'm done with my tangent. Let's continue with the interview. I want to thank everybody again for coming on in. Shout out to all the listeners. I can't really even see who's listening. But if you do type in the chat, I can see your chat notes. I can post your chat notes. I am checking my messages on Twitter Spaces. And just much love to everybody. Happy Saturday. Truth and Freedom. Welcome to Truth and Freedom. I will continue with the interview.
Can I ask a question, Mr. Steele? The room. I don't want to.
Hold on, Keisha. We kind of have a queue going,
Okay.
but I'll definitely throw you the mic if you want to ask the questions. Just want to check in and make sure, Stephen, were you finished with your questions, Stephen, before I hand
Yeah,
it
that
over
was
to
very
Stephanie?
helpful. Thanks, Mark. I just wanted to know if you knew of any precedents, but I don't think there has been one in a court case, because if there had, it would have already been quashed. But is there any court cases that you know of that have overturned any 5G towers, so they were not erected or taken down?
After the court case in Gateshead where they failed to gag me, I then filed an LBC, letter before claim, at Gateshead Council for the removal of the 5G network in the street lights. It was illegal urban radar. They didn't have a leg to stand on, and it cost them nearly $7 million to remove it, but they removed it covertly. It was installed covertly, they removed it covertly. So all of the street lights in Gateshead now, they'll have a light sensor, and they had to remove the illegal urban radar. So we got it removed in Gateshead from the streetlights. We've also had several 5G transmitters, the larger MIMO transmitters, the ones that you see, they look like military kit, yeah, they look like weapon systems. We've had a significant number of them removed, and also so we've had a lot of success in the courts, lots of success. It just, people have to handle it in the correct way. So we've got documents that save us on our website. If anybody wants to get mass removal, we've just had another one blocked in Leeds. We've had one blocked in Leeds. We had one stopped in Glasgow last week. So people who contact us and get the correct information, we can get this stuff stopped. The problem that we have is a number of organisations who pretend to help get this stuff stopped. And then what happens when people get the information from them, it's not strong enough or rigorous enough to take to a court to get this stuff stopped. And if you don't, if the information you put into a court is incorrect, we've seen this with a number of court cases where people have went into court to try and stop 5G, and unfortunately the legal teams haven't been given the correct information. They haven't been told that it's uninsurable for harm. They haven't been told that it's a battlefield-derived technology. They haven't been, there's a number of things that are specific. Well, that's deliberate or not, I'm not going to say it. Because obviously I don't like, there's a lot of well-meaning people out there who just don't understand what 5G is. They just want to tell you that it's not safe. What I'm going to tell you, 5G is lethal. It's a weapon system. If anybody says 5G is not a weapon system, there's several weapons experts. There's Barry Trower, Jerry Tennant, Nancy Hopkins, there's myself. We all tell you 5G is a weapon. We're weapons experts. You get telecommunications people and electronics engineers who tell you that it's a telecommunication system. It's not. So he masqueraded as one. There's a major difference between a weapon, a directional weapon, and how you create a directional weapon by the antenna design that allows focus in air. It's like a laser. You know what I mean? Laser light. People tell me that non-ionized radiation is safe. Well, how do you cut stainless steel with a laser if non-ionized radiation is safe? It's a simple question. I'll put this aside. The scientists every day who have no understanding of this, the recant non-ionized radiation doesn't have enough power, not part of the spectrum that cause harm. It is the biggest lie ever told by the industry. And you get academics out of universities who don't understand this argument. I had an argument with a scientist. He was from Ulster University, a professor. He was on a radio program in Ulster. And anyway, he invited me on to counter what he was saying is that non-ionized radiation is perfectly safe, none of energy there. And I said to him, well, can you explain to the people here how non-ionized radiation and the light spectrum, the laser, could stainless steel? And he said, well, that's different. And I said, what do you mean it's different? You just told everybody here that non-ionized radiation can't do any harm, but I can use the same non-ionized radiation and a laser to cut stainless steel, one of the hardest materials known to man. So I said, what's different? And he says, well, there's a major difference. I says, well, do you know what a maser is? And I said, well, a maser is a very similar type of technology, but it focuses microwave radiation in air. Instead of the terahertz range in the laser, this is in the microwave radiation range, and it's called a maser. I said, do you know how that works? And he started stuttering and realized that what he'd said, it's very simple. These people will say absolutely anything and not interrogate the actual science. Science is pretty straightforward. Microwave radiation focused is dangerous. It's a weapon system. It's how I would attack somebody on the battlefield. I can take out the adversary's communication systems with it. I can take out the weapons platforms with it. I can do quite a bit with it, believe us, and I've seen the pictures. So when somebody says to me that non-ionized radiation is perfectly safe, I just have a little bit of a laugh because I realise that I don't know what they're talking about. And unfortunately, we've got a lot of people who just don't know what they're talking about, and they get themselves involved in these things, and that's why we should have far more success in court cases, and a lot of these court cases fail because the legal teams aren't being given the correct information.
That's great. Thank you for answering that question. I just got one more question. Can you repeat the website where we can get this information? Because I really do want to get a copy of it and read through it.
And if you could post it in the chat, I would like that. Thank you.
Well, if you contact the Save Us Now guys, they'll specifically, and you tell them the issue that you're dealing with, they'll specifically send you the documents depending on the equipment. See, 5G is a basket of technologies. So you've got smart meters, autonomous vehicles, you've got the 5G, the micro networks for these, these micro transmitters in the street furniture. You've also got the larger mass. So there's a raft of different technologies. So depending on which one you want to have you want a question or you want answers on, just best thing to do is just contact the guys at Save Us Now and they'll send you the relevant information and direct you to the right place. Like I said, we've had several 5G transmitters stopped in their tracks. I mean, there was one, I think it was an Irish part island. We've got the 5G, we've got a moratorium on 5G. In a place in Ireland, I can't remember off the top of my head. Anyway, the councillors were totally against it because people had been going in and showing them the information. They were totally against it. Anyway, they called a moratorium on it. However, they already had 5G in the streetlights. And when the people went back, because I basically, we've seen all this stuff in the mainstream media about this particular part of Ireland where they refused any 5G network to be installed. And I checked it out and realised that they actually already had 5G. It was actually in the streetlights. And when we contacted the same councillors who've been on site, they said that it's all the streetlights don't have 5G. Well, that's just not the case. The main blanket coverage for 5G across any country will be in the streetlights.
Well, thank you so much, Mark. And guys, I just want you to know I did post the website at the top, so make sure you click that link. It's posted at the top of the page, and I'm going to throw it on over to Sindel. I know she had a question, and I know we're reaching it. And hold on, guys. Before I just want to take another quick pause. Much love to everyone that came in, and much love to everybody that that were asking questions. I know this is a replay, but just in case they might hear themselves. So shout out to Steven and Sindel and some of my people, and just much love to you guys. And even the people here in the chat. I see we got Lou in here. We got the French. Much love to you guys. And I wasn't aware that you could only see the chat through, I think you guys are saying through a desktop or something, but not on the phone. So I do apologize if you can't see the chat. I thought you could type things in the chat on Twitter Spaces, but that's not actually coming through. But some chats I can actually see some of you guys putting some things in there. So I do apologize about that. But if you do want to speak, I do have to say you have to click that link that's on my profile. It says, and I think I even put it in the body. It says, click the link if you want to speak. And it has like a picture of Restream. So, that will take you into the live stream that I'm doing. You can turn your camera off because my camera is going to remain off. And then that will allow you to chime in. So if you want to, share anything or make a comment when we do these little breaks, or if you want to speak as I don't know why I keep saying we because it's only me, but as I begin to wrap up, because I believe we only have maybe about another 30 or 40 minutes left in this interview. And then, I'll open it up and see if, people want to make any comments. But if no one does want to make any comments or I don't get any requests, then I will probably just, be closing the show down after this interview is over, after I make my closing points and stuff of that nature. So hopefully this recaps just gives everyone, all the listeners, a little bit more direction. And again, the link is in this chat. I think I put the link in this chat itself, and it's posted on my Twitter profile. So it's in multiple places there. So yeah, shout out to everybody. Much love. And happy Saturday again. Is 5G safe or a weapon system? According to Mark Steele, it has nothing to do with telecommunications, but it is designed to kill. So I am going to continue with the interview. All right. The top of the hour mark. So I'm not sure how much more time you have with us, but I know we have a question from Sendo. We have a question from Keisha, and then we'll see.
Marius.
Oh, and then we have Marius. So, and again, guys, just flash your mics. We are paying attention to the stage, and we do want to just be mindful of Mark's time. Do you have time for a few more questions, Mark?
I think I've got another 10 minutes, so we'll rattle through in the next 10 minutes. I'll be fine.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Sindel.
I'm gonna forfeit my question and I'm gonna pass it on over to Marius since he is a moderator. And also I saw Crystal's mic flashing, so we'll even that up. We'll go Marius, then we will do Keisha and then Crystal. Okay. And I'm gonna go ahead and yield my time for Marius. Go ahead, Marius.
Oh, thank you, Cinder. That's very kind of you. It's going to be a very short question, and thank you, Mark, for being here with us and spending some of your time with us. The question is, it might not have any links, but I live in UK. I'm Romanian by origin. I live in UK in Hertfordshire, and it's something that I've noticed which kind of seems strange. They keep changing the traffic lights for no reason. Is there a connection between the 5G and the traffic lights?
Absolutely. Any electrical device that obviously this is a depopulation issue. So if they can, anywhere where they've got an electrical source and they can change the lighting system to be a modulated frequency, then there's always potential for it to be part of the 5G network. So absolutely, if they're starting to mess around with traffic lights, there's possibly a connection with 5G there, without a doubt.
Thank you ever so much, man. Thank you.
All right, next up we have Keisha.
Thank you so much for being here and sharing your information, because now I'm going to have data to show my husband, who he's in IT. And as you know, the people in IT are all about, the faster speed and the convenience of the technology. And so my question is to that, the idea that in my community, they are trying to build our city into a smart city. So just in my local neighborhood, they've been digging up the roads and laying these supposed cables underneath the roads along the sidewalks in the neighborhood. How does that associate with the 5G? Can they put this kind of technology underground to enhance the smart cities? Is that what they're doing? Or is it still above ground over the grid, and these are just cables that are, giving signals back and forth? Because right now they read my meter without, before this technology is even finished, from just driving through Wi-Fi. And that's using, from what I heard, a little bit of the 5G technology that's already existing just on the grids. But now they're actually putting things underneath the ground along the roadways. How does that affect the 5G weapon?
Well, but it must probably be fiber optic, which gives more capability antenna. Okay, so more tightly compressed signals can get there. The more complex the signals, the more it's quadrature amplitude modulation. So the more complex the signals, the more unnatural they become, the more toxic they are. So the more fiber optic cable that they lay to these antennas, fiber optic to a connection, nowhere near as dangerous, and that's what we should all have. Everything should be wired. Everything should be hardwired. What you don't want is these fiber optics going to antennas, because if they go to an antenna, then it gives the antenna far more capability to put far more complex signals in the air, which then increases the toxicity of them. The more natural they become. So where you're exposed to natural frequencies, we're all exposed to natural frequencies, the more natural they become and the more complex they become, the more toxic they become and the more dangerous they are.
Thank you. You answered my question. Thank you.
And thank you, Keisha, for your question. And guys, we don't have that much time, so as we begin to wind down with Mark, it does look like the room might have been banned. We still continue to get censorship everywhere, Mark. So, but we do what we can to get the truth out. But I wanted to give you an opportunity to share any projects that you're working on, anything that you want to share with the people, and
Ollie
tell us
girls,
how
can you
that
hear
we
me?
can
There was
support you.
one more question before we close out. I think we can fit one more in.
Okay,
If
well,
Crystal is
It
after,
on
was
the stage,
Crystal.
if she wants to still ask a question. Yeah.
okay, well, I'll let Mark answer that question, and then we'll let her ask her question, and then over to you, researcher. So yeah, Mark, are there any projects that you're working on? Anything that you want to share with the people on how we can support you, or what we need to be aware of as far as what you're doing in this fight?
Well, getting organised, one of the projects that we're doing in the United Kingdom is the Magneteers project, where we're getting people to go out with neodymium magnets to identify victims of the COVID-19 vaccine because by testing in and around the injection site, you can find the magnetic field from the emission from the antenna that's been injected into them. These are self-replicating antennas, so they basically build out inside the body. So they can be identified, and then what we can do, we can get those people to go to the doctors and then start to either make a criminal complaint for medical battery, or to start looking to claim the £120,000 medical injury for the psychological trauma of actually having the antenna, the technology injected into them, which they have no knowledge of. So the trauma and anxiety because of that, and then they can start claiming this £120,000. It's a good way to wake a lot of the vaccinated people up. So we're working on that, and we're also looking into the overinflated energy costs. I mean, energy, oil and gas, the Brent crude price was trading in 2008 at $140. From 210 to about 214, it traded in around about 110 to 122, and as of yesterday, it was 90. So I've been told there's a massive increase in energy costs. It's a lie. So if they're lying about the energy, and this is blatant, so if we go back to the historical trading of Brent crude or West Texas Light, you'll find that the fuel costs were significantly more in the past than what we are today. But now we're being told, because of this net zero, there's this massive taxation event. There's these, basically this is to try and terrorize the population into, destroy their private business, etc. It's basically part of an asymmetrical, unconventional warfare. That's what 5G is all interconnected with. And the next attack is energy, then food supply, because these globalists have to destroy all private business so that they can take control. They need total control to get into a smart city so they can then exterminate it. The whole point of the smart cities is to create a concentration camp of technology where you'll be trapped in it. If you've had the vaccine, they can track, monitor you, and just basically eliminate you. These are just extermination camps. Smart cities are extermination camps. The radiation level in cityscapes already killing lots of people. The radiation's accumulative over time are killing people now. So as the time goes on, more people will die year on year. The death rates will just increase stratospherically because obviously this radiation's toxic and it's accumulative, and we've had enough of it now. And we're starting to see those massive, unexplainable increases in all-cause mortality, cancer deaths, brain cancers, neurological deaths, etc., etc., etc. Just people are dying en masse all over. It's all over the West.
And we had one last question, somebody that we had promised earlier in that queue, and then I'm going to hand the mic back to Bella because people, I know that your time is limited, sir, and so we want to make sure that we're respectful of your time. Crystal, can you go ahead with your question, and if it can be brief, and if it's a brief question, and I'll pass the mic back to Bella because people wanted to know, Mark, about solutions, what they can do, and I know you really covered a lot of that, and so I'm not exactly specific. I'm not sure exactly which specific solution they might have been looking for, but you did speak a lot of that. So we're going to go ahead and pass it over to Crystal with her question and then back to Bella. Thank you.
Thank you, Stendhal. That was actually my question. But more specifically to the point of biogeometry, that was something that as I started to look into, EMF and 5G came heavily linked to different tools. And I just wanted to know if he was familiar or what his thoughts were on the relation between this 5G technology and biogeometry tools to help protect us. Thank you. And thanks all of you guys for doing this and for allowing me to have that question.
Thanks, Crystal.
There's lots of mitigation ways, but what I always say to people, there's lots of stuff out there that can mitigate microwave radiation pollution. However, 5G is here to kill you. the people who are behind it are here to try and kill you. So consequently, what we'll have to do is we'll have to remove 5G and also the nefarious actors that are planning this mass murder. Because if they don't get it with the 5G, let's say we mitigate, we've got lots of mitigating technologies. I don't talk about them a great deal because what I try to do is focus people's attention on the removal of it and the removal of the people who are behind it. The criminals who are installing this uninsurable battlefield-derived weapon system, we need to remove them. Whether it's ignorance, whether it's just total, stupidity, or the fact that they're part of this satanic cult that want you dead, we have to fight and we have to remove them. If we don't remove them, and let's say we just mitigate the 5G, then what they're going to do next? Poison the water, already poisoning the air with the chemtrails, and some of the heavy metals are extremely toxic that are in those nanoparticles. Nanoparticles are toxic in any event. Nanoparticles cause sterilization, so they're spraying them in air, sterilizing the people, spraying us like bugs. We need to stop this. So my sort of dictum to everybody, defense is always the best form of defense. So going on the defense, when they're trying to attack you and murder you, then it's always best to look at offensive actions. And offensive actions, I mean by gathering numbers, getting knowledge out there, because as people start to realise, a lot of the people who are behind this don't understand that they're basically killing themselves. It's like the COVID-19 vaccine. You had a lot of doctors, a significant number of doctors in Canada who took this vaccine and they're dead. They didn't know it was a biochemical weapons program. I did. Unfortunately, they didn't because they're doctors in their field of medicine. They didn't understand for 1 minute what was really going on, but now they're dead. And unfortunately, what's going to happen, if we don't stop this ignorance of the people in power who allow this to happen, not only will they be dead, but we'll also be dead as well. So it's all about knowledge. Because I'm pretty sure there's a lot of people who are behind this who don't want to die, who will die if they carry on doing what they're doing.
Well, thank you so much, Mark. Hopefully, Crystal, that answered your question. And I know we're out of time, guys. So I see a lot of back channel messages that people want to ask questions. So maybe we'll be able to get Mark back on here and do a part 2. So we'll definitely stay in touch with him. But I just again want to thank you for your time, Mark. You've really provided a lot of insights, and you always have a wealth of knowledge. And I'm just going to continue to say, guys, yes, do not comply. And for me, if I do see some freaking 5G towers, I'm just gonna tear the shit down. But I'm just keeping that on the low. But anyways, researcher, I'm gonna throw it over to you for some final comments, and then Mark, we will let you go. And we just want to thank you again. We have a lot of people in the room. We have about 120 people right now that's been listening to you. So we definitely support everything that you're doing. So continue to speak truth, because we are truly living in historical times, and what we do on this earth right now definitely matters. And we need to protect the future generations. So research. So I'm just going to stop the interview right there, guys. And I mean, that was a lot of great information. I mean, like I said, I hope you guys took some notes. This interview is posted not only on YouTube, but on my podcast. And now, since I kind of replayed it, it will be in the Twitter feed as well. So you'll have multiple options to listen to this from the beginning. But if you did want to watch the pre-show, which I didn't stream, then you would have to go to the podcast, which most of that information was just us kind of setting up the show. So, but you heard the main pieces of the conversation. I do want to touch on some things that he mentioned in these final few minutes. And he talked about, the doctors that died in Canada. And I know there was a lot of reporting on that, all these different doctors that were dying in Canada who were promoting the jab, and then they end up dying. I definitely remember seeing some information out about that. But again, I just have to remind you guys, this conversation happened in 2022. Okay. And I think, what did I say in there? It was over 100 or something people in the room. And you see how I believe it's over 200 people in this room. So knowledge is power. So it is important, even if you talked about something a year ago, even if you talked about something 3 years ago, even if you talked about something 5 years ago, it's all relevant, because sometimes it just takes that history to really understand the future that we're in and the future moving forward. So, all these different things matter, especially when it comes to waking people up, sharing information, and just educating as many people as possible. Because, as he stated, knowledge in numbers is what we need. So, again, he talked about the chemtrails. We went over that a little bit earlier, the nanoparticles regarding that. I shared the patent of the geoengineering, the cloud seeding using graphene oxide. And again, cloud seeding is creating rain, creating clouds, creating snow. Maybe that's why so many people were reporting that the snow wouldn't melt. I mean, I've heard some crazy things going on, with the weather. But now that we know they've been cloud seeding with graphene oxide, maybe that explains why, certain things have been sprinkling and falling from the skies. And, they've already admitted that it's, aerosol. So through the air, these things are happening through the air now. So it's just so many different ways of attack. And I want to remind people about that. It's not just the jab. It's the pills too, guys. Those Paxlovid pills and all these different pills that they're giving people for their respiratory system. All of that has biosensors, graphene oxide. It's for tracking, all of the above that we've talked about today. So it's not just the syringe. It's the edible lettuce. They're putting it in the vegetables. I mean, I've shared information about that. You can look that up. So the edible vaccines in the food. They've pretty much covering all grounds. If you don't want to inject it, we got a pill for you. If you don't want to take a pill, then you can eat it. And if we can't get it to you that way, then we're going to spray it in the air. So do you understand the type of attack we're under? What type of again, violation of crimes against humanity? So yeah, we could look at what's going on in Israel and all these different places, but shit, we're attacking our own damn country and don't even know it. Most of these people don't even know it. Still going to get their hair done, still going to get their nails done, still worried about paying their taxes. But they're literally killing people, killing your neighbors, killing your family members, and trying to kill you too. So it's like, enough is enough. We cannot no longer be complicit. I believe I asked this question in another room the other day. When is enough enough that Americans will stand the hell up? And I can only talk about what I see in my country, because I see other things happening in other countries, but shit, I don't really hear nothing happening in the United States, to be honest, outside of the people that I know in some of these spaces. I don't see anybody really doing any type of protesting. I mean, protesting really doesn't do. I don't see anything about the towers coming down. All I see is a bunch of talk from some of these politicians, like they're going to investigate. I didn't see the investigation happen. Okay. Then there was a county in Florida who ruled they actually got enough votes to stop the shots in the county. But you know what? After they won that, it had to be signed by the governor to go in full effect. That shit's still waiting to be signed. That was almost over a year and a half ago. Okay, so they're playing with people. They're making us think that, oh, look, we're doing this and we're going to investigate, and then there's never an investigation. Or if there is an investigation, it's some type of dog and pony show, because nobody goes to jail, nobody gets held accountable. All these people get to retire, move to a different position. How many people have moved to different positions since this whole pandemic? Or they got promoted, or they got to retire. So they got to make all the money off the death, keep their money, and then retire and go back into the back channel like they ain't do shit. You know, when they promoted it, mandated, told you it was safe and effective. It's like, really? So just trying to remind people of the lies they've told throughout this, because there's a lot of conversations happening, but we can never stop talking about this conversation until accountability is held. So yeah, it's happening. It's things happening to God. Yeah, we got the eclipse coming. Yep, great. We got a lot of things happening. Candace punk ass Owens got fired. Who cares? Okay, they're killing people. They're jabbing folks. They're destroying people's DNA and immune system. So I can give less than 2 freaking fracks, excuse me, about Candace Owens. And if I see her pop up on my timeline, I'm muting it again. I just can't take it. It's like the distractions that people fall for. So what? She was speaking a little truth. We all been dropping truth. What has she said that none of us haven't said over the past years of our lives? So, miss me with that. Okay. Yeah. She has a bigger platform. I'll give her all that. But at the end of the day, for me, she's just another puppet. Okay. So yeah, I'm not even gonna go down that route, because I had a whole conversation about that yesterday. But moving forward, again, Mark Steele, awesome guy. I mean, he seems like somebody who's ready to kick some ass, no nonsense. And that's what we need. We need some real warriors, people who really want to stand up, that, has said enough is enough, and not all these little puppets, that's rolling around in Clubhouse, rolling around on Spaces, acting like they're about the people, and they're not about the people. It's some of these rooms, when I go in there, I almost feel like I'm losing, like I'm getting dumber or some bullshit. But so thank God for people like the Fringe, Fireburst, people that are really putting together quality information, and that is just not about some clickbait, creating titles that don't make sense. It's a game. Some of this stuff is just everybody states the world is a stage. I'm sure everybody heard that before. The world is truly a stage full of actors and full of clowns. I just have to say that. So your discernment is very important when it comes to, certain people, when it comes to your trust, just when it comes to just any and everything nowadays. Even with these supplements, all these people pushing these different things, and look into what you're putting into your body. I can't stop enough encouraging natural, holistic health, anything from the earth. Learn about the flowers, learn about how to put together your own tinctures, grow your own food, anything that you can to take back your own power, people. This is what we need. And I do want to throw one other thing out there, a micronation. If anybody's ever heard about that before, I'm going to really put together something to talk about this conversation, because I feel like that could also be one of our solutions, is to create our own micronations. I'm not going to go down too deep into that, but it does exist, and it makes you sovereign, where you can pretty much create your own government on your own land. You can create your own flag, all of this. Okay. So I think that's a conversation worth looking into, that everybody could start, putting their research heads together, is how to create your own micronation. I talked about this a few years back and I kind of forgot about it, but I was watching something the other day and it triggered my memory, and I started looking it back up again. I'm like, yeah, this is a conversation that needs to be really kind of considered, because who kind of got away, and there's micronations out there that already exist, so this is not nothing new, but a lot of people are not aware of this, so this is why I'm bringing it up. But you know who was creating their own micronation in the ocean? Jazane Maxwell. Okay. Back when she was doing the whole Terramar project, when she was selling people ocean water, which I never even knew you could sell people parts of the ocean. But yeah, she had people ready to buy parts of the ocean and under the Terramar project. And then, it was going to lead to being its own micronation, but a micronation in the waters. And if you know anything about maritime law and all of that, that's where all of that will start to make sense, because their plan, the evil people who participate in child trafficking, they were going to ship children back and forth through the international waters through submarines. And once you have this quote unquote micronation sovereign status, that would have allowed them for their ships to not have to be inspected. So, it's deep. But on a positive note, we can create our own micronation. So when you think about something like that, and you think about the Amish community, just put those two concepts kind of together, and then here you will have the opportunity to build your own with your own like-minded people who is not about this corrupt government, because voting your way out of it, we're not going to be able to vote our way out of all of this. It's time for us to abolish what's already in place and to institute our own government, and be it either overriding the one that exists or creating our own micronations as we continue to not participate in this society that they're creating with these smart city agendas and things of that nature, because we already know they're collapsing the real estate market. They're buying everything. So if you don't own your own home now, everything is so high. It's being done on purpose, because at the end of the day, they want to make it so high that they're going to give you an option, and that option is going to be at a cheaper price. But you know what that cheaper price is going to have you to buy into? They're going to say, oh, we got affordable rent right here in the smart city. It's going to be half the cost of your mortgage or your rent, where you own your own shit. But if you move to the smart city, it's going to be much more affordable. You can, sign up for your universal basic income. We'll take care of you because you have decided to be our digital slave. And if you speak out, we can hit the switch, because you will definitely have to be jabbed to live in one of these smart cities, most likely, so that they can hit that switch and turn your ass off and kill you whenever they feel like it, because you were speaking out or not, going against the grain and all of these. And that's a perfect example of that. And that is, what was that series on HBO called? Oh my God. And it was all about where they're doing a simulation of the city. But at the last season of that, the whole city was being ran by AI and some type of 5G. It was literally towers that were controlling what people were thinking as they were walking around and doing, was it Raised by Wolves? Not Raised by Wolves. Oh my God, I'm gonna be mad at myself if I don't think of that HBO series. But I mean, it puts you in the whole world of the smart city, to make a long story short, on how that would look. So yeah, I definitely agree with him. These smart cities is nothing but quarantine camps. where they will be able to jab you, trap you, lock you up, and do whatever the hell they feel like doing to you. And I wish I had that video off the top of my head where it kind of shows you. It was somebody did a good animation where it shows people in these quarantine camps, and you have to wake up and step out and get yourself scanned every day, and then they drop the food off through drones, and all the food was bugs. I mean, that thing is scary. I'm mad I didn't have that prepared to show as a little final presentation to all of this. But very, very interesting. Do we have anybody that tried to join? Let me just take a quick look here. So no, I really didn't see anybody trying to join. But hopefully that was a good enough recap. I touched on the smart cities. Again, I just want to remind how he pointed out how hardwired was so much more valuable, well, so much more safe as far as radiation poison than using wireless all the time. So trying to, be more hardwired in. I really want to reinstate that. And again, these purple lights are definitely out there. These UV lights, these control systems. We talked about that. And I think somebody even asked the question, is it even in the street? We talked about the street lights, but even in the traffic lights. So I thought that was even really interesting as well. That is in pretty much everything that they're putting in place. So yeah. This is really, really interesting. Man, I wish I could find that video. I know it was called Futurism or something like that. Futurism AI. I don't know. I don't think I'll be able to find it fast enough. So maybe I'll just have to share that at a later time or when I present again, because everybody needs to see this old freaky, creepy video. Because I know a lot of you guys have seen it before, but really, really interesting there. Yeah, but it's definitely not safe and effective, guys. I really want to thank everybody for coming in, and I almost feel like I want to try to find a few clips. If you guys could give me a moment to try to find that clip, then maybe I can see if I could locate it real quick, and as we listen to some type of music for a second. How about that? So give me 5 minutes, guys. Let's take a quick little 5-minute break. Let me see if I can find it. Let me check my messages, and then we'll be right back.
Administer fentanyl. Be vigilant. Be your administer fentanyl or even
right, guys. Let me turn this off here. Hopefully everybody can hear me. Welcome back, welcome back, welcome back. So we are winding down, getting ready to wrap up, but I almost gave up on this video. So I found this video that I wanted to share with you guys, and so you could just, because I feel like it takes everything in perspective when you think about this 5G, when you think about these quarantine camps, when you think about these smart cities and all of these different things that, you know, they want to implement. So even when it comes to contaminating our food and doing some of these other things that they've been doing. So I feel like this is really very relevant. It's called the Beyond the Reset, and it's like an animated short film. So yes, I'm going to play that guy for you guys to be able to see that. Let me hide this real quick here. All right. So yeah, I'll be queuing this up so you guys can see this as we begin to wind down, because I feel like, again, it's very relevant to everything that was shared today. Because, hey, you know, if you don't stand up and you don't speak out, this is what society could look like. So as I stated earlier, what we do matters right now, in the future, and everything that we're speaking out against. You know, we just don't want to end up for what this looks like. So everybody check this out. I'm gonna go ahead and let this play, and then I'm gonna roll the outro. But yeah, this is a really, really interesting one. If you guys didn't see this before, definitely you want to check this out. I believe somebody sent this to me back in like in April 2023. So it's been out for a while, but it's still very relevant and very I don't want to use the word scary, because, you know, fear is false evidence appearing real, but it's a reality that none of us want to be a part of. Okay.
Good morning. We are bringing to you today's most important news from around the world. Despite all the extraordinary efforts, the government and health system workers are still struggling to bend the curve of growing cases caused by the latest variant of the virus. 5 more people died today, and 30 million tested positively. Citizens are now required to wear masks when they step out to the balconies of their isolation facilities, and take them off only when they are back to the safety of their rooms. Stay compliant. Stay isolated. Stay safe. And now, on to other news. As the whole planet went on the righteous crusade against climate change and global warming, we are excited to spread the word about another successful project. As science tells us, during the night, plants release CO2 into the atmosphere. CO2 is a powerful greenhouse gas that dramatically contributes to global warming. But don't worry. Almost 100,000 square miles of South American rainforest has been cleared, and this area is used to construct one of the largest solar panel fields in the world that will provide us with a tremendous amount of clean energy. We will keep fighting the deadly forests and defeat climate change. That is all for today. Stay tuned for tomorrow's news.
Bruce Kowalski, your weekly food ration has arrived.
Mask up your nose.
The Godfather movie is banned from our database for misrepresentation and stereotypization of the Italian community. Pulp Fiction movie is banned from our database for excessive violence and racist content. The movie 1984 never existed.
Stay compliant. Stay isolated. Stay safe. And now, on to other news. Say goodbye to cows and beef. As you might know, cows and livestock agriculture in general is a source of methane, a powerful greenhouse gas. Cows fart, and the temperature on Earth rises 1 degree with each cow fart, contributing to global warming. This is why the authorities started a cow extermination program, and today the last herd of cows has been dealt with. The Earth has officially become a cow-free planet, and climate change is finally under control. You might get concerned, where would we obtain our proteins from? Chicken and pork are not commonly accessible products, and beef is gone now. Do not worry. Hundreds of alternative protein manufacturing facilities have been constructed on each continent. They process thousands of tons of protein-rich food. This alternative food contains way more protein than beef. It is cheap to cultivate and it doesn't contribute to global warming. Kudos to science and green agenda. That is all for today. Stay tuned for tomorrow's news.
Bruce Kowalski. Your monthly universal basic income has been deposited into your account. For more information, press details. You have been paid 2,000 central bank digital tokens. The following fees are being deducted: accommodation fee, food ration fee, recycling fee, clean energy fee, personal greenhouse gas emissions fee, climate change fee, diversity fee. Your current remaining balance is 5 central bank digital tokens, and if not spent, it will expire in 7 days. Attention! Important announcement.
Dear residents of the quarantine facility number 89, great news! Here at Nova Gene Labs, we grant you a chance to participate in the trials of our new drug, which has been developed by our research team. This drug is absolutely safe and will bring the end to the deadly virus we are all fighting together for the last several years. Those of you who chose to participate will get a significant social credit score boost. As the result, you will be relocated to a superior isolation facility, receive a higher universal basic income, and become eligible for an improved food ration. Should you choose to participate in the Nova Gene Labs clinical trials program, our specialist will visit you within the next few hours, make an injection, and will be daily monitoring your condition online. Your participation is very important to us and the rest of the world. Make a difference. Follow the science and make the right choice. Nova Gene Labs is not responsible for any side effects, injuries, or death followed after the injection. Sorry to hear that.
A new virus that emerged in Asia a couple of months ago keeps spreading all over the world. Some countries are imposing lockdowns and stay-home orders to protect their populations from this highly contagious disease. In our country, 3 persons in their 90s died of the virus in long-term care facilities. The virus keeps spreading in our country. Almost 500 new cases have been registered last week. As of today, the whole country is going into a complete lockdown. The health authorities are imposing a strict stay-at-home order. While these measures are tough, they are temporary. We need only 2 weeks to bend the curve.
The pandemic represents a rare but narrow window of opportunity to reflect, reimagine, and reset our world.
Despite strict lockdowns being in place, the virus cases keep growing exponentially. The government is considering the option of proclaiming a state of emergency in some areas and relocating citizens to safe and isolated quarantine facilities.
Attention all citizens. Your district is contaminated and you will be evacuated immediately. Please take only necessary personal belongings and step outside of your homes. You will be transported to a safe, isolated location.
Attention. Non-compliant resident alert. Attention. Non-compliant resident alert. Attention. Non-compliant resident alert. Attention. Non-compliant resident alert. Attention. Non-compliant resident alert.
All right, guys. I mean, that was really interesting. I can tell you right now, that is something that definitely do not want to be a part of. We do not want it to get that far. This is exactly why you should not comply and don't even think about signing up, getting on any type of bus. If they roll out anything where they're rallying people to a certain direction, do not comply, guys. That is definitely something that we do not want to see come into fruition. I mean, it touches on so many things that I talked about today, you know, with the 5G, the technology, the quarantine camps. I mean, he even had a copy of the COVID-19 Great Reset book. I don't know if you guys caught that, but yeah, he had that. It even showed how, even though you couldn't hear him and his wife talking, but through their emotions, that they were obviously arguing over, you know, the pandemic. She believed it as she kept pointing to the television, and he's like, no, I'm reading this. This is not what they say it to be. So how many people fell out with their families, or their families start talking to them or turn their back on them based off of this lie, this pandemic that they convinced everybody to inject themselves, and created this whole farce. So through radiation and implementing this 5G network, you know, so they did all of that. So we have to hold these people accountable. And another thing was, you know, I know if you guys paid attention to how he would wake up and, you know, and wave to his neighbor every day. And apparently they offered him an opportunity to upgrade his quarantine camp long as he signed up for this next experimental drug, and, you know, all the promises that they make you. And yeah, just take this injection and you'll do this and we'll give you that. And, you know, have them. And he obviously said no, but his neighbor said yes. And as you can see, he didn't wake up, and then they just showed up and just threw his body into some type of containment center. So, I mean, they literally showed so many things that we do not want for the future of humanity. The social credit score, the food, the you know, the Nova Lab Gene Lab, the universal basic income. You know, that's something I brought up earlier as well. They want people to sign up for this universal basic income. And as you can see, they started off giving him $2,000, but after they made up all their fees and their global warming fee and their climate change fees, he literally had $5. And then even that $5 expired in 7 days. So guys, this is not what we want. This is why you have to fight. This is why you have to speak out. This is why you cannot comply to all these things that they're rolling out. It may seem like a convenience right now, but it's a trap. It is a trap. Do not comply with any of these smart cities, any of these facial recognition. Even Mark Steele stated facial recognition is radiation poison. So every time you're doing that facial recognition, matter of fact, I might even have to, you know, Tell people on their jobs that is implementing this facial recognition. That like you're literally radiating people to do. So we have to be aware of these things so we can call it out. They even showed in this clip how they got rid of the beef. I mean, don't we all know and have seen and witnessed how they've been destroying the animals, destroying the farms? Do you remember when all those cows they destroyed? So they want the beef gone. They only are gonna want people eating these freaking bugs. I mean, so many things were just showing in there how they use the ideology that cow farts contributed to global warming, and how that's why they had to get rid of the cows because they were farting, and it was contributing to climate change. You just can't make this shit up. And this is some of the stuff that they are pulling off right now. Even in there, they showed how the movies were banned. Certain movies were going to be censored, or certain movies might not exist. They're already banning certain documents, certain YouTube videos. Are they not doing these things right now? Erasing, banning, coming up with bills that's, saying, oh, if this is qualified as hate speech. So this is what they'll give a general bill of hate speech, but who gets to define hate speech? They get to define hate speech. In this clip, they showed that the reason The Godfather was banned because it was racist against Italian people. I mean, so, these are some of the things that they will be able to get away with these bills that they're sliding in. And, oh, it's hate speech. And most people are like, oh, well, that's great. We shouldn't have hate speech. But you give them a little rope, they're going to hang you with it. You let them get one step, they're going to take 10 steps. This is why we cannot let stuff like this slide. It's all about big picture. What is the overall big picture? What is the future of these implementations, these bills, and all these different things? And then you saw the food rationing, how they were rationing out the food in this clip. I mean, any and everything, everything we were going through. Whoever put together this animation did a hell of a job. It was definitely thorough. And what other thing, the flashbacks that he had of his life when it was good. He remembers, going out, traveling, having a good time, being in nature, being in the earth. But then he ended up in that quarantine camp, can't even take the mask off without getting zapped from some freaking droid shooting out some type of energy weapon frequency. So, I just really hope that kind of put things in perspective for people to understand why it's important to fight, because that's something that we don't want. We don't want that, right? I mean, I can't think of anybody that wants that. So, yeah, very, very interesting. We are getting ready to wind down. It's I can't believe it's that's many people even listening, which is a good thing, because that means the information is getting out. Again, as Mark Steele stated earlier, knowledge and numbers is what we need to continuously to do to build up, because we are the majority. Power is the people, and we need to take back our power from these government organizations and these NGOs and these big pharmaceutical companies and these banks and these crooked reptilian bloodlines and all of the above, who is trying to destroy us. So one hell of a presentation, guys. If you missed any of this, you definitely want to go back and hit the replay. Mark Steele was the bomb. I mean, he was dropping so much information, so many different things, and I shared a lot of great clips. We touched on a lot of different aspects of this 5G weapon system, as it relates to the pandemic, as it relates to the biotechnology, the nanotechnology. And I'm just going to show you guys one last thing, and then we're going to just close it out. I keep telling myself I'm trying to only do a 2-hour rooms, but here we are on probably another 5-hour room. But I just be want to get so much information out. It's just hard to stop and break it up. But I'm definitely trying to do my best, and I really appreciate all the support and the love. But I want to point out this document because in that last clip I played, he showed the universal basic income, right? He talked about the climate change, the carbon scores, the continuous vaccines that they want to put everybody on. So I want to share this document that I found years ago. Okay, well, not that many years ago, maybe a little bit over 2 years ago. And it talks about the social credit system. And what's so crazy is that this was released on, let me kind of see if I can show you guys here. This was kind of released on like one of those Q forums. Now, all I can say is it's really interesting. It's not only interesting because it ties into, again, the social credit system. It ties into how they're going to try to categorize certain people. And then it also shows who's already a part of the system. Now, give you a little bit of backdrop about this. Now, and I will have all this posted in my Telegram. But according to this document, the people who released this were actively working on the project. So there's some type of IT people, and they're claiming that they were actually building the QR system. Okay. And they were releasing information from the system, like taking screenshots of stuff and, posting it in this chat. So that they're pretty much like whistleblowers. So that's kind of the background of where this came from. But I'm not going to have time to go through all of it right now, but I am going to touch on some key points. And let me just scroll down. So as you can see, according to this document, they want to break people up into 4 classes of people. Okay, you have the S class, the C class, and then the R class. And then, of course, the Q class. So it says each class within this QSRQ system app has specific parameters. Each class contains dozens of metrics and variables. Listed below are the basics for each type of profile. So let me just go through the profile. Okay. So 4 types of classes of people. Now, what I'm talking about, guys, is this social credit system. Okay. So it says the common class. Okay. The amount of people who will be considered common class will be 95.5% of humans. They will be required to have a COVID vaccine. You will be required to have 2 or more shots. You can't have more than $5,000 in assets. Your limitations, so you cannot have more than $1,000 in your bank account. You will have restrictions on your travel, your food consumption, all common class. Okay, 95%. 95% is what they want to put people as a common class. So this even reminds me again what Mark Steele said about how the people they're killing off with some of these people that they're killing off with these jabs have assets. They want to kill the people that have the assets because they want to control your assets. And then here it shows how they plan on limiting people's assets. So I just think this is, really interesting. Now let me scroll down a little bit more. Sovereign class. So who will be sovereign? That's saying the 1%. Isn't that some fuckery inversion? Because most of us know sovereign means you're free. You're the sovereign person. We're born sovereign, but yet they want to invert the word sovereign and give it to the 1%, the wicked wizards, the demonic reptilian psychopaths. So let's see what type of restrictions the 1% gets. It says they will not be required to have any jabs. They don't even need to take any boosters. No asset limitations. So they don't have any type of minimum, maximum of how many assets that they can have. Their bank account has no limitations. I mean, they can have as much money they want, but you cannot because you're common. And they will not have any carbon score. Maybe that's why, Bill Gates doesn't care about how many jets he have and all the private jets that flew into Davos, that was freaking up the climate, but yet they don't have to worry about any global warming, climate change, but they can fly around all on their private jets. And by the way, I don't know if you guys remember the announcement how it was so many pilots that couldn't fly, how the private everyone that were flying private jets, how they were requesting unvaccinated pilots. Wonder why they were requesting unvaccinated pilots. Could it be because so many of the ones that took the jab were having heart attacks? But yet they didn't want any of those people who complied to fly them around. They wanted to make sure their pilots were unjabbed. Isn't that interesting? So that was the sovereign class, the 1%. Now let's go ahead and look at restricted. It says the restricted class will be 3.36% of the humans. They still will be required to have taken a jab. They still will be required to have 3 or more boosters. They can't have more than $1,000 in assets. And remember, these assets, you won't have an opportunity to save because according to the account limitations, your bank account cannot exceed $500. So you can't even have more than $500. So, isn't that interesting? And your carbon score, yes, your travel will also be restricted. Your food consumption will also be restricted as well. So, that is the restricted class. And then let's see what happens with the quarantine class. Okay. So if you're quarantined, you pretty much won't have anything but put in one of those camps that we just showed the video on. So each class also contains separate screens for fines, demerits, penalties, and so on. Sovereign accounts do not have these variables, though they appear to contain a separate module for certain benefits, vaccinations, golf club memberships, and so on. So, I mean, the rest of this kind of just goes into how they're going to try to implement this, how they're going to use certain high profile people that they're going to be on the forefront to losing everything. So when their stuff is taken, they'll come out and say, look what happened to me. My bank account was, shut down. I lost all my property and my assets. So if they can do it to me, then of course they can do it to you, to kind of desensitize the people, that they're going to use them as an example, but technically, they're not going to take anything from them. It's a psyop. They're going to make you believe that they've taken everything from them to kind of show you how that they can make someone comply. And the first thing that popped in my head when I read through this is when Kanye West came out, and remember how they said his bank account was frozen with millions of dollars, and everybody was like, man, how can they just freeze a millionaire's bank account? Let alone, the people in Canada, the truckers, that was on a small scale, right? They froze their bank accounts. So they gave you one example there. Then they came back with Kanye, and he's a big celebrity with millions of dollars, and they froze his accounts. I mean, even when you look at what's going on with Wendy Williams, they're frozen her accounts and giving control to somebody else to control her money. So this is what they do when they talk about taking assets from people. And all of this explains all of what I just said. Okay. But, we've been going for a while. You guys definitely should look through this document, examine some of this information. Because again, I feel like the more that we're aware, the more that we talk about it, the more they have to either change their plans, alter their plans, even though they play the long game, long as we stay on their ass, some of these things can be diverted because we have already taken our power back by being the news, which is why I feel like a lot of these people that, were being fired from CNN and fired from Fox and all these big mainstream things, they're only being fired because they were already losing customers. So many people were coming to get the real information from all of us content creators that they were losing customers, guys. So we have some wins in this. That's the reason why they're putting on this show like, oh, they were fired because they were speaking out and they're just such truthers. And, now they want to use the same platforms that we've been using to build truth. It's because they're trying to put their people in the same areas on the same platforms at us. But at the end of the day, they're still controlled opposition. Now, let me show you this before I close this show. And these are some of the screenshots of some of the accounts that they claim were already in this social credit system that has money and everything, already has a balance, got their sovereignty type. So just look at this, and I'm just going to, scroll through a little bit of this. So says Benjamin Shapiro. Now remember, those that get the sovereign status is the 1%. Okay? Not the sovereign that we all know to be sovereign, which is the people. No, remember, they've inverted that. I showed the breakdown. The sovereign, according to this social credit system, will be giving to the 1%. The reptilians, the NGOs, the demonic psychopaths that's in charge, that's paid off world governments. So Benjamin Shapiro, Dennis Mark Prager, not sure who he is, Paul Joseph Watson, Glenn Lee Beck, sovereign, Tucker Carlson. Is he in the system? Looks like he's sovereign. He has no account limits. He has no access limits. He's exempt from vaccination statuses, boosters. He doesn't have to abide by a carbon score. And as you can see, he has a nice little biometric ID. So isn't this really interesting, guys? Isn't this really interesting? So, hey, I don't know now. I'm just showing you the information. And that's all I can do is present the information, because I know a lot of you guys are writing, thinking some of these people are here for humanity, but I'm just, putting it out there. Always question everything and everyone. Let's see who else is on here. Gavin Newsom. And for those of you in California, you already know the tyranny this dude has been pushing. Any and everything, transgender surgeries. They've been building Planned Parenthood on school grounds where kids can get steroids without their parents' permission. Yeah, all that in California. Wonderful. Jair Messias Bolsonaro. Looks like that person they're restricted. Okay. So somebody on there is restricted. And this also kind of just talks about this section right here, the amount of people that existed before the bioweapon, and then how many people they plan on still being alive after their depopulation. So that's a screenshot that just kind of forecasts the deaths that they want to happen. And yeah, I'm just going to stop right there. That pretty much, just takes me to what I kind of wanted to show you guys. I might do a deeper dive at a later moment, but that's pretty much all I got for today. I brought a lot of good information. Again, if you missed anything, go back, check the replay to this show. I really want to thank all the supporters, everyone that came in today. Shout out to everyone that's really out here, a real warrior, spreading truth, willing to fight, willing to stand up for humanity, willing to fight for their friends, their families, and just willing to do the right thing at the end of the day. I really appreciate all of you guys. Much love. Lou, I know Lou, you be going hard sometimes, but you know what? One thing about Lou, I know you're going to be ready to fight. I'm sure you'll be ready to get down to the get down if it needs to. And shout out to Fireburst and all the good people that I've been meeting in these Twitter spaces, the Fringe, and a lot of great good people that's been putting into some good spaces and just trying to share the information, doing what they can. So that's all we can do at the end of the day. So I'm getting ready to roll this outro music. I hope everybody learned something. You got something that you might not didn't know before, or it at least validated some of the questions that you've had or any concerns. And at the end of the day, we're going to win this thing, guys. Power is the people. And I do want to read that one last quote about governments. And then we're going to roll the outro music. Yeah, it's always, So governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed, that whenever any form of government becomes destructive of these ends, it is the right of the people to alter or to abolish it and to institute a new government. So yeah, guys, power is the people. And I also want to just share this one quick quote as well. And this is a quote from Captain Ibram Tra from Burkina Faso. So the president of Burkina Faso, who kicked France out and told them we will not tolerate colonialism and imperialism, that we will use our own natural resources. This is a quote from a real freedom fighter willing to stand up for the rights of his country and its people. That quote is, "The slave that cannot carry out its own revolt does not deserve to be pitied." End quote. At the end of the day, again, power is the people. We are the majority, not the minority. And united, we stand in this fight together. Let's not allow them to divide us with racism, with religion, with materialistic things. It's all about the people, guys. Remember, they're the 1%. We are the 99%, and we will not comply. All right, so I'm going to roll the outro.
Why did we fall? Evil won't stand a chance. We all know that God's in control. All the people of the world are joining hand in hand. 'Cause all of the tyranny brought us back together again. So united we stand.
Trying to divide us brought us closer together. People that normally never, just trying to make the world better. doctors, ball players, scientists, actors, rabbis, preachers, deacons, pastors, singers and rappers overcoming all their differences. The freedom to live your life regardless what your religion is. Masked up the children, shut down your businesses. Socially distancing didn't stop any sickness. Start listening to each other, witness what you discover. We all sisters and brothers. You do not get another life to live, so embrace it, don't waste it. Every single struggle that they try to throw at us, we overcame it. Freedom, we had to take it. Matrix, we had to break it. Not the great reset, no, this is the great awakening. Holding on to your sanity won't divide up the family. Muslim, Jew, Christianity, let's get back to humanity.
United we stand, but divided we fall. Evil won't stand a chance. We all know that God's in control. All the people of the world are joining hand in hand. Cause all of the tyranny brought us back together again. So united we stand.
They shut down the schools, churches, and temples too. Even if we disagree, every day I'm defending you. Yeah, it's someone else's problem until it's affecting you. All the trillions they send to other countries instead of you. Never bend my knee to man, God is who I'm kneeling to. All the evil in the world, they trying to deceive the youth. They'll never know what it's like just to be me and you. It feel good waking up every morning and being true. Help each other stay afloat, don't let no one lose hope. I don't care your political party or how you vote. I want everyone to be happy with a life full of health. I hope you make enough to find generational wealth. You just gotta keep walking if you going through hell. And it doesn't make you weak if you asking for help. Don't let them tear us apart over nothing again. So let's all join hands, cause united we stand.
United we stand, but divided